See if that works now. Alright, hopefully anyway. Hopefully that's okay. Maybe. Possibly. There we go. I don't need that anymore. I suppose. I hope. Maybe. Good times. I hope you're having fun with the big dragon. Thank you for letting me know. My goodness. Alright. So I have a slightly new setup here. You all won't be able to see it. It's just I updated OBS and some of the settings didn't go through. Well, no, didn't go through. Were reset back to default. So thank you for letting me know. Remember how I've been having issues with the internet sputtering and whatnot? Well, while I was looking to fix that, in the process I tried to also work on an issue that I had where when I would update to the newest version of OBS, the newest update, it would drop 2/3 of the frames. And thanks to some good people in the OBS forums, I was able to find something that seemed to work, so there we go. There were a few suggestions that were given, and I took all of them, so I don't know which one or ones ended up doing it. Stand ready for, okay, Conquest. Senator Conquest over there. Hey, what's up, Luna? What's up? I see you over there. Oh, dude, that should. Oh, wait a minute. We don't get to see. Hold on. Chat does not show up on this screen right now. Wait, it does. There it is. It's on the left side. That's right. There we are. Me and Smort over here. Oh, good times. Good times. So, a few things to work on today. This is the Pathfinder Team. These are not especially strong units in terms of the amount of damage that they can do. They're there for utility. These can start the game basically anywhere on the board. They have an ability called Infiltrator. They can take Infiltrator to do that. They're a little bit faster than a regular infantry would be. You can make them harder to charge against. They have a bunch of different weapon options. They're utility. They're not meant to be especially strong. But importantly, they have Infiltrator, so if you are me and are silly enough to try to do something like Infiltrator spam, well, lo and behold, that's part of how you can do it. Yeah, I could make an army that basically just starts the game right up against the opponent's deployment zone. Between the Pathfinders and the Stealth Battlesuits and the Ghost Keels and the Dark Strider, which doesn't have to be attached to Pathfinders. It's so absurd. It's stupid as all heck. Alright, let's see. So, I did read ahead a bit, see what they could set up for Season 4, and this is just my people's Dragon Ball. I'm gonna take your word for it. I know a little bit about what happens ahead in Invincible, which is funny because I didn't know who Conquest was. But things I should not say on stream because spoiler, right? Well, you and I could talk about it. My advice would be to build 3 of them with ions. I have a grand total of 1 right now. I can pick up 2 more though at my game store when I go over tomorrow. So right now it's just the 1. And we'll see how long this takes to build anyway. But yes, tomorrow I'm actually going to be playing a game with, he may or may not be lurking. It's what's his name on here? I think in YouTube chat he comes up as Blake. I think that's right. There we go. Friend of mine. He's gonna be hanging out, chilling out, maxing, relaxing, all cool. He's deciding whether he would like to build into Tau later as well. So what better way to do it than to play against someone who totally knows what they're doing. So dry brushing the dragon to make sure my dragon looks good for being a black dragon. Okay. 7 will have regular carbine. Yes. Oh yeah, so actually let me pull up the profile because these are a little bit funny. The way you have to build them out. No, you don't have to, but I mean, you should. So remember how the stealth battle suits, they're sort of a, you already know this, but for the people that don't play Tau or that weren't here last time or not, the stealth battle suits are what I'll call a mixed loadout unit. That means that the different models in them have different loadouts. So you have one that has a fusion blaster and the others can have pulse carbines. Actually, the fusion blaster one can be another pulse carbine if you want, but probably not. You probably want the fusion blaster. Well, these are sort of the same way. 7 of them will work one way, 3 of them will work another way, and one of them, which can be one of those 10, here, let me just pull up the ding. Alright, so here we go. Let's see. The Shosui can be equipped with one of the following, and then the 3 different drones that they like. One model can be equipped with 2 of the following, and can take duplicates, and then that's where the regular drones, gun, marker, shield come in. Up to 3 can have their pulse carbine replaced with either an ion rifle or rail rifle. And then one model that is equipped with a pulse carbine, so it can't be one of the ones with the other weapons, can be equipped with a semi-automatic grenade launcher. Pulse carbine cannot be replaced, so it gets it on top of that. So it's a weird assortment of units here. Now, I have not even bothered, I haven't looked into this yet, so I don't know if it makes any sense for the 3 that are rocking the different weapon, if I should magnetize them. The answer is probably yes, but I'll admit I've never magnetized infantry before. Complete global Tau annihilation. Yeah, probably. No. Moist cannons. Moist cannons. No, that's a different tabletop game. Oh dear goodness. Oh dear. All I know is Thrag is a client of GTA Barber with that haircut. I get that. Here's our bases. Based. Oh, wait a minute. But wait, there's more. There's more. Okay. More of these. I just realized we're missing. We'll find it. There's another one in there somewhere. No, there isn't. There's another one in here. There we are. Here we are. There we go. Alright. Woo! Hopefully my volume is a little bit better now. Hopefully. Maybe. Totally. Definitely. So ion rifle or rail rifle? Rail rifle is... They're both 30 inches. Rail rifle has devastating wounds, heavy, 1 attack, hits on a 5-up, 4-up with heavy, of course. Strength 10, AP 4, damage 3. Yeah, very good. And the ion rifle, it's 3 attacks, again, 5-up, but heavy is only on the overcharge, which has hazardous. Well, no, sorry. Hazardous is the overcharge, heavy is on both, my bad. 5-up, strength 7 or 8, AP 1 or 2, damage 1 or 2. So presumably that means that you do standard versus light infantry, you know, other Tau, Imperial Guard, Sisters, that sort of the light infantry, and then 2 on mid or elite infantry like Space Marines. You know, good old 2 wounds doing it. Ion! Let's see. What do you mean? They're too small and fiddly. Yeah, oh, to magnetize? Yeah, you might very well be right. My inclination actually was to go with the rail rifle. although it is fewer attacks, and they're a Pathfinder, so they're going to be the observer unit, not the guided unit. So it might make more sense to go on the ion rifle. Pulse carbines are already, 2 attacks, 4 up, strength 5, AP 0, damage 1. They're already the light infantry stuff. I could double down on that, or I could. Maybe we do actually. Maybe we do that. Maybe we double down, because the stealth battle suits have the, have the fusion blaster and the burst cannons. Rails want to go into vehicles, but correct, yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying to. If I give them rail rifles, then the unit is inherently going to be a mixed target unit. Like, part of it wants to go after light infantry and part wants to go after big stuff. Maybe I want it all to go into light stuff. Maybe. Possibly. Definitely actually. I don't know if I'm going to be using those specifically. I might. I did consider using Montka for the Infiltrator spam, but I'm not sure. That's fair. Tau, in my estimation, because of how squishy Tau are in melee, you're typically going to want to wipe a unit in your shooting phase. If you can completely wipe them, you never have to worry about the melee. But if anything gets in and it starts clogging up, it starts tar pitting your units, you're kind of in trouble, especially because your dudes are going to die. But that's kind of, we're okay with that in this army because that's sort of the point, the way that I'm running it. Alright, let's actually get things a little bit started. My coffee is not 5 million degrees anymore. I've been a little bit sick lately, but it's fine. At this point, all that's manifesting itself as is just extra sinus drainage. Having a warm drink to help loosen that up helps, but now it isn't 8 million degrees anymore. So, as you do. Hold on. It's fine though. I'll be fine. Everything's fine. Oh, goodness. Alright, so, I'm somewhat of a roguelike gamer. Somewhat of a roguelike myself. My favorite part of them is when you find, personally I just call them particle accelerator combo. Big damage. Me with the Hades gun, right? Oh, geez. What was it? The rail rifle. With the rail rifle in Hades. That's what I beat 32 heat with. Aspect of whoever it was. Hestia, right? Aspect of the one that they made have vitiligo in Hades 2. That one. The one who's balancing up, but never mind. Anyway, let's see. Real question is, do you face more infantry list or more vehicles? I'm looking at you dirty Rogel Dorn players. Unfortunately, the answer is oh, okay, so you may not have been here. So what I'm doing is I'm trying to build my list out in such a way that it sticks 1 billion units that have Infiltrator right up against the enemy lines. And the idea is to try to take advantage of the fewer turns that we have. It's only 5 now instead of 6. The smaller board that we have, that's 60 by 44 instead of 72 by 48. And, just make it where the opponent is stuck inside of their deployment zone as much as possible, so that we can score objectives, but they can't score objectives because they're stuck there. That's the idea anyway. Obviously, there's plenty of counterplay to it. They could have units that fly. They could have their own deep strike. They could have their own infiltrators. Stuff that's just in reserves. Something else, a super heavy walker, weird stuff like that. They can get through it. But the idea is to win on points. Basically to play your Tau as if they were Imperial Guard, and you're a Commissar, and you're just throwing people at them. Basically is the idea. Honestly, I don't think that Tau are a great army, but hey, when you have a lot, and I mean a lot of infiltrators, make yourself a bigger target for cornflakes. Yeah. But the idea, I'm hoping to get myself so far ahead in objectives, in points, in victory points, that even when they do, because they will break through, when they do break through, they can't come back in time. That's basically the idea. It's not necessarily to win. It's not to win. It's to make them lose. That's the point. Plus, there's a lot of secondary missions that they will not be able to score. For example, they're not going to have. They're not going to be able to get into three quadrants of the battlefield for forget what it's called, or take the center for cleanse or stuff like that. They won't be able to take those. I will. So, you know, that's the plan anyway. Oh jeez. Yeah. There you go. That's the idea. That's the point. Is it a good idea? No. Is it funny? If it's a good idea, then it's broken and needs to be nerfed. If it's a bad idea, I'll have a bunch of scout units, and that's fine anyway. You remember I was saying to you that I thought maybe I would play Imperial Agents at some point, not because it's a good army. It's not yet anyway. But I just like the idea of playing a tricky army that, you know, you get a lot of tricks, and if you position really well, maybe you can make something happen. Also just challenging myself. And also we're just picking up little bits and pieces of Imperial Agents for Evangeline's Knights anyway, so we are a 20th of the way that, well, it's an Eversor, a Caluxus, a Navigator, Calidus. It's like, what, a 7th of the way there? It's not good, and I know it. But it's spoken like a true poison bill. It's not about winning, it's about making them suffer. Something like that. Oh no. Let's see. Ions also have a fun special case. When you can stick one Ion guy out while hiding the rest of the unit, he can spot and shoot. You choose hazardous and hope the one guy fails his roll and... Oh, that's clever. Okay. I probably need to get started, but that's clever. I think you've convinced me. Let me see if I scoot back just a little bit. It gets me further from the microphone. How close can I get the microphone? No, it's starting to stick up. It's fine. It's fine. It's starting to stick up for itself. Oh goodness, fortifying this position. To be determined, right? Yeah, that's the most common. That's the most common meaning for it, I think. Is hidden and can't be shot. That, okay, yeah, that's pretty good. I like the way you think. Alright, let's see. Time to get serious on Saturday. So is it Thursday is the to be determined? No, Saturday is. Yeah, the Saturday is right, that's right. It's going to have to be something early because I'll be getting Evangeline in the evening. Well, in the late afternoon. So the to be determined is it needs to be something quick enough. Time to get serious. That's not a bad idea though. Can I get past that one level that's been tar pitting me? Goodness. Jeez. You know, I might want to actually start looking in here first. Okay, wait. Yeah, let's look ahead. Consult the Book of Armaments. Alright. Oh, neat. Also, if you, if anyone here, no one here is terribly close to me, right? Happens to have any Imperial Guard heads, I was actually thinking of kitting out some of mine, not this team, but a team of strikers probably, with human heads, make them Givesa, which is humans that are in the Tau Empire. I think that would be kind of neat. Itty bitty little kit bashing, but for the lore, I suppose. Okay. Making sure. Okay, so these are the rail rifles. The ones that are 9 miles long. Wait. No? One of them's the rail rifle and the other is the ion cannon. Oh, wait. The rail rifle's the one with the square end. That's right, because that's the heavy rail rifle is the one that... Whale rifle. The heavy whale rifle. duck season, wabbit season, is the one that has the square end on the broadside. That's right. So that's the ion. That is pretty clever. I like that. You can print them. Fair enough. Oh, I wouldn't be against that. I'm in Georgia. I know that Taylor is not too terribly far from here, and Blake is not too terribly far from here. I'll check to see if they do, but if not, hey, you're in the, let me stab myself really quickly. You're in the Discord server, so I might ask you. I might very well. Stream and win, 12-hour stream for Nightmare Cart. 12 hours for Nightmare Cart? Be enough time to beat the game and hunt a couple achievement. I'll admit, I was not expecting it to be nearly 12 hours for it, though. I mean, fair enough, though. Fair enough, then. Alright. 12. Woo! Okay. Yeah, let's just start making the bodies hit the floor. Okay. What you should do is throw sharp objects back and forth between your hands. There's your YouTube tip for that. Hey, thank you. Oh, you could probably hear that actually. Whoops, I have an idea. It's called click. There we go. Sorry. I print all your 40k needs, your entire town. Hey, you know what? More power to you. I'll admit, there was a time when I thought about doing that myself, getting a 3D printer and just printing everything, and it was around the Custodes retcon. But, that's a very good reason. No, in all seriousness, I like the idea of supporting my local game store more than getting onto Games Workshop as a company. So, I figure it's alright. That's my justification anyway. Alright, so it looks like I have to use all of the legs. There are exactly 10 for 10 units, so... Whereas with the Strikers and Breachers, you have more legs than the number of units you have, so you get a little bit of choice. But I might as well actually just make them all, or cut them all out then. Alright. And then decide which one is going to be the Chazray, and which ones are going to get the special weapons. Which pose I like the most for it. Actually, consult the box. See if any have this sort of motion going on, and the answer is no. No. Everybody is being smart and putting two hands on their weapon. That would just make too much sense, wouldn't it? Yeah. Hey, I saw that. Thank you. Appreciate it. Tell me what... Yep, okay. I will keep that in mind there. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. If you had not said that, I would not have assumed that it would have taken nearly that long, to be honest. Come around to the other side for that one. Come around to the other side for that one. This poor guy has an ingrown toenail, it seems. Just a plastic sticking out on the bottom of the foot. Nice. Had to do a Tony Hawk trick as well while we were at it. You know, as one does. Cut out all the legs, chest pieces, and heads. Wouldn't cut out the arms until you're ready to put them on the models. Yes! Oh, that's how it's set up on here, thankfully. Not like you all can see, but... If I hold it too closely to the camera, it'll become translucent. It'll become translucent. You can already see it starting to flicker a little bit. This is what's going on here. Here. I am doing an awful job of holding it still, but I'm trying to uncover everything. Alas, my fingers. You get it. You get it. Alas, my fingers. also, I might end up having to get at least one of my tires changed out before too terribly long. One of the tires on my car keeps running out of air entirely too quickly. Not running out of, thank goodness, but the check tire pressure light keeps coming on for the same tire over and over again, even after filling it up. So it's something to look forward to. Then again, I have enough miles on there, it's probably not the worst thing in the world. Yep, 10 exactly. Okay. Fair enough. I'll double check there. Alright, so they should, aha! I'll be on this one. He says. See if any of the backs are different. They don't appear to be, no. Oh, Flaw, what kind of 3D printer do you use? Because I am interested in getting one, and I'm trying to, on one hand, I mean, it's not a huge deal to me if it doesn't look exactly perfect. I would much rather have one that's safe. I understand that there are health risks to using a resin printer material. You know what I mean. Flip them back and forth. I'm just going to cut one side on all of them and then cut one side on all the others. The singular. Look, it's been a long day at work. And I'll check chat in just a quick moment. You know, after I get the sharp object out of my hand. Alright, hey CJ, what's up? What's up? How are you doing, man? See, whenever I see Taylor post something, you just know I like it without even needing to look at what it is. It's good taste. Fair enough. Let's see, where is Taylor when you need him? Where is Taylor? Only logical reason for all the Viltrumites fade. Omniscient GTA barber theory. Omniscient. He knows. Yeah, what makes you a Viltrumite? I guess this is a spoiler, but this is for something that's already happened in the show. Like, not even this current season, so sure. One of the characters reveals himself to be a Viltrumite by taking off his wig, and he still has his facial hair. The guy just immediately recognizes him as a Viltrumite. He still looks human. He just looks like a human with a mustache. But that's all it takes to be a Viltrumite, apparently. Oh dear goodness. Well, they're not like dwarves in Lord of the Rings, where the Amazon version notwithstanding, that one doesn't count. How dwarves have beards even if they're female. Remember Gimli brings that up in the original trilogy? Oh dear. Anyway, I think it's just this, that's all. And maybe this. And possibly some of this. Wait a minute, yes, and hey, this is Toho Music. Yes, link down in the description, by the way, to the Toho Music. CJ, how did you go on and get that doll? Because I tried to on Fangamer, it would not let me log in. It would not let me even create an account. I was trying to figure it out. Yeah, the J. Jonah Jameson mustache. That mustache. There, I did the thing. I did the face. Alright, there we go. Oh goodness, this might take a sec. Alright, I might want to actually hurry up a little bit. Just a teeny tiny itsy bitsy little bit. Maybe. Elegoo Saturn 4 Ultra for resin printing. Oh, you have two. Bambu Labs P1S filament printer. Okay. Now, filament is the one that looks more, that's less unhealthy, or less likely to fumes and resin you're not supposed to touch, all that jazz. But it's the one that looks less accurate, right? So if I'm making things such as, say, 3D printed terrain, that's probably the one I'm more keen on going with. You know, something that doesn't have to have a very certain look. I mention that because on Humble Bundle, which is one of my affiliates, you should go check it out. Really, they're cool. I appreciate it. It's a site where you can pick up bundles of games, books, software, in this case STL files, and a portion of it goes to charity. So if you have that, I would recommend it. I picked up an STL bundle that has some terrain that you might want to try out. That would also give us something to practice painting with for Evangeline. Didn't log in? You don't need to? Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. That's right. That'll do it. I didn't even think about that. It'll take forever if I have to do this one at a time. So, let me be a real genius. I'm not sure that yeah, I like that pose. Have this one turned a bit. Itchy nose is itchy. I will one day trim this mustache when I finally remember to. One of these days. Dang it. Alright. Film is easier to manage. Think resin makes cleaner prints? That's what I've heard. If you want terrain, then filament is more than enough. Like I mentioned earlier, I think that I would rather help my LGS than I would to spite Games Workshop. So I think I'm in the camp of I'm trying to buy the actual models themselves if I can, rather than throwing this guy on the ground, rather than printing them if I can. But for stuff like terrain, or for just some neat little, okay, this one does not want to stand up. I'm gonna wait for it to dry. Let's see. For stuff that's out of print, it's like that, or some models that I found on this or that website that aren't from any game, they're just models to have. I might do that. For example, there is an artist on Twitter that's called Iron Lily, who makes medieval girls, soldiers. I don't know, it's neat. I think it's neat. Has a whole look to them. They're all cute, but, you know, I think it's neat. Here, I should just post them in the Discord server to find them. Anyway, some of those are available. Picking them up. Make up my own little army of the order that's featured on there. Do the same thing with this one. It's much, much faster doing it this way. Just a little bit. Nailed it. Let me just chuck you straight on the ground. Oh wait, it's the same one. Should actually check chat maybe here in a sec. They gave a few of you the same pose, didn't they? Yep, these two match. And I think they're done. Spider Sense Tangle. Hey, what's up, Taylor? Yeah, we might have been talking about you. What's up? Let's see, and let me catch up while I'm waiting on them to dry. Oh dear goodness. Ah, I didn't log in. You don't need to. Terrain is usually best done on a filament printer. easier to manage. We trim it for you. Promise it won't make you look like the Monopoly Man. That's the... this guy. Which I could... it's long enough, I could do it. Ooh, wait, hold on. Maybe before I trim it, I give it one go that way. Maybe. Recommend... Creality Ender Printers? Could you DM me that, please, if you don't mind? Because I know me, I will forget. I'm just hanging out. Should be building Emperor's Children. Just want to cuddle pillows. Fair enough. Priorities. Actually, that would be an Emperor's Children thing, though, wouldn't it? Oh, the difference is this one's standing just a little bit taller. Ah, okay. Alright. Fair enough. This one is, has 1 foot off the ground. Or I'm gonna have to tilt it way far so he's dead sprinting. To be fair, they're Pathfinders. They're dead sprinting. That's just what they do, I'm sure. Source, trust me, bro. Alright, here we go. Oh my god. Alright, so this one I think is going to be the Shazbang. One of the ones that has a unique set of legs. Feet. Unique feet. This one cannot stand up on its own. The ones that can are over there drying. They're dried, I'm sure, by this point. This one should be fine. Yeah. I don't know that you... yeah, you can see them, just barely. They are the perfect color to blend it out. I'm sure in time. Absolute Cinemassacre. I still remember Cinemassacre. Pepperidge Farm remembers. But yes, EJ, it is indeed Toho music. And there's a link down in the description to the site. You can pick it up. It's by a group called DDBY, I think. Don't ask me what that stands for, I have no idea. Let's see. Oh my goodness, okay, okay. Keep it. Oh my goodness. Let's see. Ender printers are better for self-servicing if something good. Oh, okay. A good night rest for Richie. I like my P1S. Same thing with Flo. If you don't mind, if you'll DM that to me, because like I said, I will forget. Full-on Monopoly Man mustache, please. Maybe I should. Maybe I should. How on earth? Ballistic MG? NG on Thursday? No. When you think Monopoly Man, you think Aero Gauge F-Zero. Maybe not. Let's see. What else have I missed before we get to the next section? Because I know. Oh my goodness. That's right. 2 Rogaldorn. Why do I keep wanting to say Rorgal? Rorgaldorn. Rogaldorn commanders. 1 Rogaldorn, a Lehman Russ, a Baneblade, a Shadow Storm Guard. Those are all tanks, right? Well, the commander. Dishes need doing. Fair enough. Fair enough. Woo. Oh, Close enough. It's fine. Okay, so now then, they have backpacks, and looks as if I'm supposed to do the head. Let's do the backpacks next. Easy peasy. Save the arms for later. This is a smart idea. Nothing bad could possibly happen. Not a single solitary negative thing could ever occur. 54. It looked like it said 341. It's 34J, but that would have been my luck. I see 50 on here, so 54. Man, I am blind. Where are you? I just missed it on here then, I guess. Let's see. Oh, there's only 154. I was looking for a whole row of them. Oh, okay. They don't all have backpacks. Just the one. The one guy. That one dude. Him. Oh dear. Wasn't it? That's the name of one of the... Oh goodness. If you remember the Powerpuff Girls, one of the villains' names was him, right? It's just the devil. But, you know, him, because apparently the devil has trademark. No. That's my excuse and I'm sticking with it. They showed up again in the news somewhat recently, not months ago, because a script of a supposed remake got leaked, where the Powerpuff Girls grew up in Bubbles as a whore. You can imagine why this did not end up getting made. You can probably guess why it didn't actually make it. Also, what are you doing? Its job is to make part of the world invisible over here. Oh dear goodness. Alright. So, which one did I say is going to get the backpack? Probably the one that's running. The running man. Where's the running man? Not you. Is this the running man? Here's not the... Wait, Here's the running man. This will work perfectly. I cannot foresee any issues with this whatsoever. Alright. Also, they gave it a little towel texture on the inside. You know, the part that's getting attached to it. Because that matters. All tanks. Play one Wednesday night? Go for it. Hey, heck yeah. Back a few steps. You don't need a fan get... Yes, I saw that. Oh! Thank you. Thank you very much. I thought I responded to it. I better have responded to it. Oh, that's right. I said I didn't realize at the time. Jeez. Okay, it's a little bit too much there, Jay. Just a tiny little bit. Itsy bitsy bit. Itsy bitsy teeny weeny. Alright. So. Should I give the Chasui one of the ion cannons? I think that I should. It only really matters for precision. You don't necessarily want to put all your eggs into one basket. Alright, I suppose so. Now, let's see. Can give them all regular old helmets, which is I think what I'm going to do. And if you're on a battlefield, why would you not wear a helmet? He says to every Primarch. Every single Primarch except I guess Horus, kind of. Other than Horus, name a Primarch that wears a helmet. Okay, Magnus, but Magnus is a Psyker. That doesn't count. He doesn't need it. Wait, precision hits carry. I think it lets them hit... Wait, does it have to hit characters, or is it just any unit? Because ooh, here, let me look that up really quickly. Eversword. You might actually be right. It might only be characters, not... Wait, is that not how you spell Eversword? Good times. I know exactly what I'm doing. Let's see. Oh, there's no A in Eversword. That's brilliant. I know exactly what I'm doing. I know exactly what I'm doing. Eversword. We're soaring at Alright. Back so I can get back to the Pathfinder page. And then while it's loading, taking its sweet, sweet time, I am, of course, looking it up on Wikipedia. So precision is each time an attack is made with such a weapon, successfully wounds an attacked unit. If a character model, oh, so you have, okay, I see. So it's character specifically, not any given. In that case, you just want to dump everything onto the one, right? Because it's the last one, presumably anyway, the last one to go. HQs can't target the okay, I did not know that. I have had that played against me incorrectly before then. It's fine, they probably didn't know that either. It's all good. It happens. It happens. Oh dear goodness. Right. Okay. Well, in that case, it was one of the people at the Scrambler. Taylor was there. Blake was there. Blake's not here, though. Based out of Arizona. Hey! Fast shipping times and no tariffs. Heck yeah. Alright. Alright. So I was incorrect. It does not prioritize the squad leader. I thought it let them choose a unit in there. And, you know, you just go after the character, because why wouldn't you? I didn't realize... That is good to know. That is really, really good to know. Alright. Cadre Fireblade or Ethereal or Darkstrider. Yep. That's right. Those are, I think, the only 3 attached... Well, I mean, I guess commanders in a battlesuit formation, a crisis formation, but that, you know. That's a little different. That's slightly different. Oh dear. You wouldn't be able to use the anti-infantry on the Eversword or the Calidus as well. Because they're not. Alright, anyway, back to your regularly scheduled me dicking around, trying to figure out what I'm doing here. I think I'm just going to give them regular... Okay, so, hold on. So, oh, the yes was to Flo's question. When you said yes, I thought that was answering my question, does any other Primarch wear a helmet? Not that I remember. 40k is such an over-the-top setting that one of the Primarchs gets flung out into space, no helmet, makes it back in, and is just fine. Who cares about the lack of pressure in space? We don't have to... We're fine. Look, we're fine. It's okay. We're just so swole that doesn't matter, apparently. Painboy first. Gives everything a 5+++ in the squad. Painboy first. It's that Hellboy's B-list cousin? Sounds like it. Hellboy's B-list cousin. Let's go. Alright. Leia Organa did that too, though. Wait. That's some expanded Legends now stuff, isn't it? Because I have no idea. You may very well be right. I have no idea. Wait, why did I just do that? They really want this to fit, don't they? He says with all the sarcasm it can muster. At least I didn't put it on all the way. Alright, it's sequel. Oh! I haven't seen the sequel trilogy. Still. Sorry. But yeah, fair enough. If she did that, then yeah, fair enough. Welcome to Star Wars. The rules are made up and the points don't matter. I don't hate that pose. Just make sure the head is straight and he doesn't look like this the whole time. Andor Season 2. Now, maybe? I don't... Let's see. After Mandalorian, have any of this series gotten a Season 2? Because Book of Boba Fett did not, right? Obviously, Acolyte did not. There's one that came out afterwards. 422. Oh, it is. Okay. Well, hey, there you go. Fair enough. Fair enough. Tells you how much I know. Hold on. So, there we go. I'm trying to look at my audio levels while I'm at it. Ahsoka is. Really? I didn't think Ahsoka did that well. But, oh. Again, it says how much I know. Oops. Alright, I'm gonna trust that you are dry enough now. Because this one I definitely can't stand up. Alright then. Eeny, meeny, miny. CJ and he better than I could tell you just each of the songs that each of the characters this song references. Or at least we could at one point. I might have to actually check on that one. Bits of improv too. I'll say that's fine. If I were doing rail rifles, those two for sure would be rocking them. Might still for the Ion. Maybe. Yeah, definitely. I think we're doing that. Just do it. Just do it. Oh. It kept sticking to my finger. Sticky fingers. Arcana is a space movie. There we go. Oh dear. Considering how much I love TCW, can you beat Elden Ring with only the butt slam? Yes. Yes, and there's at least one YouTuber that has already done that. It was the Your Mom run, right? It was a Bushy, I think. And can I beat Elden Ring as your mom? So it's just ha 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 that joke here. You know, as you do. He's also the guy that did, I think he's the guy that did the Can I Beat Elden Ring as Karen? And it's shouts only. Trolls Roar and the other one, whatever it's called. which is exactly as stupid as it sounds. God, let me just... He's breakdancing. Perfect. Just like that. We're going to say that that's close enough. It's not, but we're going to say it is. Short answer, yes. Long answer, yee, but technically no. Oh, the Clone Wars. Okay. Fair enough. Oh, actually, I think that there is one technicality that might mean it's not possible, which is that I don't think that you can get the Ash of War for the first roar without killing something else. It's the reason that lightning only in Elden Ring is kind of tricky, because you need an attack in order to get your first lightning damage. If you could make the floor fall out from under one of the scarabs in Liurnia, then you could, but alas. Or you could get one of the knights in Liurnia to yeet himself off of a cliff, then that would do it too. But alas. But alas. Also, if I did a run like that, you just know how many butt jokes there would be in it. It's me. You just know. I already can't help make your mom jokes all the time. For better or for much, much better. I swear, chat doesn't roll its eyes every single time. Multiple times. Just hold it in place for a while. My mother, who's named Karine, basically German. Okay, Karen, is going for a hair. I read it Karine because Japanese, because Street Fighter. Sorry, haircut sometime this week. Oh no, no! Save her! Don't let her do it! Other people playing Souls. Name their character something epic or edgy. Me, a highly cultured intellectual person creating my Souls character. I'll call him Glonk Orbaldorp. Do it. That sounds like one of the aliens in Serious Sam. That's trying to help convince you to save the world. Sounds like it would be. Glomp. Oh, that's not entirely too much or anything. It's fine. No issues with this whatsoever. Not a single solitary one, no. I'm going to love painting all of these dudes. No, I'm not. No, not a single bit. Alright, it's fine. It'll be fine. It'll be okay. And then there was one. Oh yeah, Taylor might not have been indoctrinated into the cult of your mom just yet. If you stay here long enough, you will be. That is how it works around here. Warn her, but she doesn't listen. Buzz cut for myself, but I cut it. Oh dear. It's the middle-aged version of, you know how the teenager that gets their hair colored in some way that nobody other than them and maybe their small group of friends think is cool? Everybody hates it, but they don't see that, so you don't get through. I think it's the same way with the haircut. Like, Mom, this is not. Please, no. Please. I can't understand that some of those haircuts, having much shorter hair especially, shorter hair is easier to manage. I wouldn't know anything about that. Alright. Always just do a buzz cut. That's very simple. You don't have to maintain it. Nothing like that. Sounds like a nice lady. Ladies nuts. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. I see where that's going. Alright. Alright. Let's see. 7 of them get the carbine. So let's see, you, let's say that you all, those three, get the ion gun, whatever it is. Alright. If I do that, so it has to be one of the ones with a pulse carbine that gets the grenade, the semi-automatic grenade launcher. Can't have the ion and the grenade launcher on the same dude. Not join the cult of your mom. My mother inferior to the chasest. I would hope that your mom. Oh no. No. Dear goodness. Make her get a book. No. I don't understand it. That's just me though. You know. It is Seattle's best, very vanilla coffee, because I am a basic white girl today. No, I'm not, because I'm still drinking it black. I'm not having an adult milkshake from Starbucks. No. Oh, gee. Mother inferior. Oh, you're right. That one went over my, just barely over my head. It hit the headset. All right, I was it. Yeah, I got you. It took me a sec. I got you now. I'm mother inferior to the Jesus temple. The ones I've never done in a special way other than Buzz. Braids. Now, I've never seen you before, but the image that I have in my mind of a person who could do both braids and a buzz cut and it still work. You are Kratos, is what I'm understanding here. He's Kratos. Dude, that's... God dang it. Wait, didn't we make that joke previously, like the first stream you were in? That's right, I think we did. I'm pretty sure. Alright. Good times. What am I going to do with you all? What am I going to do? Alright, so we're looking at 14, 53, and 41. Okay, the numbers here are kind of weird. Oh, here we are. They want the Chasui to use, the way they have it here, the Chasui is using the pulse carbine. Does it have to? Hold on, let me go back and check. I know we're still on page 1. Don't worry, we'll get there. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. No, it doesn't say on here. Up to 3 Pathfinders can each have their pulse carbine replaced with one of the following. It does not say that the Chasui specifically has to. On here, though, it's Pathfinder Chasui, and it gives them a pulse carbine. I don't suppose that I have to do that. Strategically, wouldn't it make sense to make the Chasui have the ion? Wait a minute. I'm not sure that it matters anymore. In previous editions, the Chasui actually had slightly different stats. I'm not sure that it matters anymore. This is a case for Phlogiston, who would know better than I guess for right now, I'll build the others and save... Where'd you go? Save you for later. Getting the ones that match together. Trying to get the ones that match together. Is this the one that's dead sprinting? Nope, this one's standing tall. Number 9. Okay. Number 9. Number 9. I don't know. Alright, so everyone else I know is getting a regular old-fashioned pulse carbine. Forged in the fires of my... Oh, I heard my name, what's up? Okay, right now, long story short, they have it so that the Shasui is the one that has a pulse carbine. They have it built out that way. I look on Wikipedia, it doesn't say that the Shasui has to have a pulse carbine, so I could give them a rifle. I know in previous editions there was a difference, a stat difference between the Shasuis and the Shasreis. There's not anymore, right? Not these days. I don't think so. Then again, back in those days, Tau had the bonding knife ritual, the ceremonial dagger they hang out with. I don't have that anymore either. Because what the Tau really needed is a lower leadership, and it's a plus. It was a +1. It's fine. Mods, make him be played by Jack Black in the screen adaptation. No, what a fate! What a cruel fate! You can't do that. Let's see. Also, some of these pieces have letters. 14B, 14B, 15B, 12A. None of that's listed on here. Who cares? Stats are all the same, yeah. Alright. Honestly, I was thinking of making the Shasui have an ion cannon then. If that's the case. Oh, interesting. One of you is not wielding a weapon at all. One of them has a walkie-talkie. Let's go with that. Neat. Okay, I probably want to count this out first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. If I wanted to, I could give them all 10 pulse carbines. I shouldn't, but if I wanted to, I could. So we don't have to make one, have a phone call, I suppose. Taking a phone call. Cannot take the ion. Okay, it doesn't say that on here. At least, now granted, this is Wahapedia, so this may very well be incorrect. Probably is incorrect, right? He can have the grenade. Oh, you lied? He can have the grenade launcher. Okay. But not the ion. Do you mind if I ask where it says that? You might be right, I just don't see that. Streamer saying mods ban them has the same energy as a monarch going off with their head. It's a reference to low tier god. I was about to say the patron saint, but no, the god, patron deity of toxic streamers, who refuses to be, to allow himself to be compared to Darkside Phil, except that he's exactly Darkside Phil. Okay, so in some ways he's worse. Maybe. Yes. He's the, your life is nothing! You serve 0 he's that guy. He's that guy. You should demonetize this video now! Oh dear. But yeah, at least as far as it says on here, unit composition, every model is equipped with pulse carbine, pulse pistol, close combat weapon. One model can be equipped with each of the following. That's the drones. Up to 3 Pathfinders can each have their pulse carbine replaced with one of the following: ion rifle or rail rifle. One model in this unit equipped with a pulse carbine can be equipped with one semi-automatic grenade launcher. That model's pulse carbine cannot be replaced. So the grenade launcher has to go to a pulse carbine one. It doesn't let you change the Shasui to either of the rifles in the official app. I guess that settles it then. Fair enough. Also, what the hell did I just do to your arm, dude? There we go. Okay. You should demonetize this video now! forgot how much I loved gluing infantry weapons on. I forgot. I love this. Simply. What the actual heck? Alright. I'm just dry testing it because, good lord, I don't want to be messing with this while cement is drying. Please, no. For the love of God, no. I'm going to say, sure, that's close enough. Let me see if I can snap it in place. Snap back to reality. And the answer is, good lord, no. This way I can hold it with one hand. Is there a way that I can hold it up where it's looking down the sight? Oh good lord, I need another hand. Well, yes, but not in a way where they're looking out. Alas. I can have them looking down the barrel, but they're going to be shooting something that's not right in front of them. Alright, this right here, this is making me want to play Imperial Knights, because I don't have to deal with infantry. Alright. Challenge accepted. Oh good god. Oh no. You should demonetize this video now. Challenge accepted. Ah, please no. Please no. Pretty, please. I'm having a bit of a hard time getting all 3 points to connect. The shoulder, other shoulder, and the hand to the gun all at the same time in a way that makes sense. And what I could do is I could attach one of them, let it dry, and then attach the other. But if I put the first one in a position that doesn't make sense, well, we're kind of in trouble. Alright, there we go. That right there. It's not perfect because this person's hand is not actually holding the gun properly. They feel like holding the barrel with just their pinky, because that's how barrels work. That's how handles work. That's how guns work. But you know what? Screw it at this point. That's a technical term, by the way. Screw it. Wait. Okay, I had it and then it broke. Space Marines probably have this problem too, I'd imagine, right? I do know that Space Marines can have their arms magnetized. I know people have done that. Ah! Alright. That sound. Alright, the absolute tiniest possible amount of cement, please. For the love of God. Alright, there we go. I'm gonna have to hold it. I know and like where this is. Oh no. There once was a man from China. I know where this is going to. Let's not say we didn't, please. Or if we're going to. There once was a man from China. China? We put tariffs on him? No. Oh dear. Would you really? Okay. There we are. Jeez. Jeez. Alright, let's try. Let's try to figure out where the 40k wall is, and if we can make the Eldar pay for it. See, that wasn't so excruciatingly, horrifyingly bad, was it? Okay, it's fine. But now that I've done it once, hopefully it'll be a bit easier for the rest of them. Hopefully. Maybe. He says, with all of the negative assurance he can muster. Okay, then. Whale. Whale. Get the rest of them. That's one down now for all the rest. Right. Right. 1, 2, 5, 3, sir. 3. Evangeline, after my own heart, has begun quoting Monty Python just out of nowhere. She's seen enough. She hasn't even seen the whole movie with me. She's just seen clips, you know, like the Killer Rabbit of Carbanog, that she knows if she just makes a quote, it makes me laugh. So, precious little kid that she is. Wolf is in the... Hey, what's up, Ian? That's right. I've had this since since Shockwave was still a thing. You remember Shockwave 500 years ago? Back in the dark age of technology? Yeah. Yeah. Hey CJ, we found another Toho enjoyer. Based. How are you doing, by the way, Ian? I'm doing alright. I hope. Maybe. We'll see if I get driven up a wall by putting the guns on them. That'll be fun. Oh, whoa! Big fan of waffles. Tried dabbing, it wasn't very good. Doing well. I'm gonna break it. Hey! Well, good to have you around. I have, one of these days, I will get my... Shockwave is not supported anymore. I was able to find an old program on, I don't know, some website. I have to be careful not to download a virus in the process, but basically try to put Shockwave back on my computer so that I can take the create.shockwave file from the Wolfus page and make more, because I haven't made those in a hot second. Got a split. Good luck with the belt. Hey, thank you, Vlachiston. Hey, remember, oh, if you don't mind, at some point, if you could DM me that 3D printer, the 3D printers you were talking about, I would really appreciate it. Because I know me, I will forget. I already forgot what it... I can look back through the chat to see what the name was, but I've already forgotten the name. I'm Rashid of the Turbulent Wind. Remember the name. Yeah, good to have you around, by the way, Ian. If you want to, you can subscribe. We have a Discord server. Talk about tabletop games and video games and all sorts of games. Stuff like that, you know? You never just want to hang out. I like to think that we're pretty neat. I think we're cool. I'm a little biased, but I think we're cool. Hold on. This guy's arm. There we go. In my thoroughly biased opinion, I already sent you... Oh, thank you very much. Oh yeah, you did, sorry. I have it muted so I didn't hear the boop. Oh dear goodness. R-U-S? Are you serious? Hey, thank you very much. Oh, wait, since you're on a live stream, when you subscribe, we should see the banner come up here in just a moment. Which, when that happens, I'll go. Because it's always really loud in my headset. Too. But I'm cool. Yeah, Taylor's cool. I like to think you're cool. You're cool, I'm hot. Wait, no. No. Nah, we're all goofs. We're all goofs here. Goofy goofers. Something like that, anyway. Actually, what is this? 67. What does that go to? Skipping ahead, just oh, it is the belt, one of the belt options. Okay, fair enough. I'll get to that later. Pathfinder, so I imagine they do probably want to have some survival gear on them. Whatnot. That makes sense. I suppose. I would think. Maybe. Oh, then I have 2 more of these to build later as well. Good times. Ah. What? Goober. There we go. Switch really quickly. As you do. As one does. Make sure I got them all set up first. Perfect. And by perfect, I mean rest in peace your fingers. No, that should be okay. The liquid cement? There we go. In fact, I have a goblin warrior in World of Warcraft named Greedy Goober. GG. I see what you did there. I think. Something like that. Oops, there we go. Once again, rest in peace your fingers. Alright. There we go. Poor guy. Nah, he's alright. He's alright. Say alright. Maybe. Hold still, buddy. Hold still, I say. Just a little bit too much on there. Just a smidgen. Just a tiny little bit. That's why I'm doing it this way. Probably should do it the other way around, but it's too late. It's too late to apologize. It's too late. There's a bit of a gap on this one's shoulder. Kind of makes it look like it spent even more time in the gym, which to be fair, it's a towel. That doesn't mean very much. The builder. The bold A! What's up, Non? I did see your jokers that you suggested, by the way. I read the builder and I think the boulder. Builder? Okay, let me pull it up again really quick. Alright, now I have the actual wording on it again. So, millionaire decks 0 jacks and 2 aces per suit. Wait, hold on. 0 jacks. If it's 0 jacks and 2 aces per suit, then now we have a 56 card deck. Because you've taken out 1 card from each suit. Oh, no, you're not adding 2 aces. It's just the jack gets replaced by an ace. I see. I'm not sure that that's different enough, but maybe. I don't know that I would say that that's different enough, but could. And then the bomb. Turn scored face cards into... Ooh. That's a way to turn any deck into the abandoned deck, but also it's glass. That's pretty neat. It's like the Midas Mask. Scored face cards were gold, now they turn glass. And then you could do one for steel, and you could do one for stone. I suppose. Oh! Uh-oh. This one's head is way off to the side. If I add the absolute very slightest, barely anything at all, that's going to be too much, isn't it? Drain it down to the front. That's better. Almost everybody else looks fine. So all those look okay. Just break his neck. Mods, break his neck. Actually, let's not, please. Gave a stone idea. Oh, you did, didn't you? That's right. You already did. You know, I had a method to this madness, and then I decided that's for losers. No, actually, though, where did the other one run off to? Nope, that is everyone. Because I didn't have my leg or my foot all the way up on my leg, but it was right here, it was twisting the ankle quite a bit, so it just feels stiff. As you do. Uh-oh, don't you break. Don't go breaking my heart. Don't go breaking my heart. Don't go breaking my heart. No. This one looks really cool. That pose. Powerful, powerful pose. That's what I'm going with. Nice, as it falls over immediately. As it falls over again, I'm going to lean it the other way. Okay, it's a lost cause. I'm gonna lean you back this way. There we go. As one does. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna stare up at the ceiling for a couple hours. Be back if you're still going by the time I snap out of it. You know what? Take care, everyone. Remember to tell someone close to you care about them. It'll be sure to make your day. That's right. What's I just got onto Low Tier God for being so toxic all the time, and he is. But, you know, since he did the you should end yourself now, that one, he followed up in a joke in a later stream and said, yeah, you should love yourself now. But it's true, because I love you. Right. But yes, you should love yourself now. Because I do. If you end up going to sleep, good night, Luna. I think you've earned a good night's rest. Luna has been studying and studying and studying. The joy of being a student. I remember those good old days. I remember. Pepperidge Farm remembers. Make sure I'm not missing something here. I think we're good. Good old days. Of course, I ended up I didn't go for the employment route. I went for the this is something I think is cool route now. No, I did with one of my majors. One of mine is sociology, so you know, not the most employable, admittedly. Unfortunately. How is this one supposed to fit together? 44. Skipping ahead. You wumbo, me wumbo. Yeah, but like, actually though, what are you here for? Worship. Keep yourselves. Everything is turning into the low tier god skin. I don't know how the guy just comes up with his stuff off the top of his head. I don't think he does. I think he's actually been thinking about this for a while. Sometimes, though, he just has an absolute fan fiction that I cannot say on stream. Oh, last thing before we go. Showed the British low-tier god edit to the British friend of mine. Her first reaction was, ew, British. Oh, dear goodness. Oh, dear God. Wait a minute. No, I answered my own question. About to say. I imagine it's like with Japanese people, you know, if you're outside Japan, oh, Japan's really cool, it's exotic, all that, but like actual Japanese people might not have that same impression because it's familiar to them. Meanwhile, you know, they might have an impression of The Simpsons that's much more positive than ours is, and so on and so forth. I imagine it's like that. Probably not a lot of Tea-aboos in the UK, I would imagine. Anyway, it's Tea-aboos. Alright. Making sure I don't miss this piece here, or what it goes to. God only knows. Oh, I see what it is. Binoculars. Ah, okay. Yeah, I don't need you, buddy. You're cool and all, but I don't need you. I don't need you. There we go. Just like that. Alright. So just wrap these three up first, and then we'll move on to the next weapons. Probably end up taking a quick restroom break here in just a moment, too. Maybe make some coffee, because I suspect we're going to be going on for long enough. Let's see. Enjoy staring at the ceiling. She's just a memer. Take care, Taylor. Be sure to keep in touch. Yes! You two seem like you might just get along. Maybe. Just a wee little bit. Also, we can have Taylor, please induct her into the Knights of the Imperial Knights of the Round. There we go. You should totally do it. Hey, Luna, it's something that you and Evangeline would have in common too. Wouldn't that be cool? Yeah, she likes her knights. I've said this before, but there was a time when she wanted to be a knight. We are very slightly past that age in the world. Oh, hold on. Oh, interesting. This one, its hand is not empty. It's holding... Oh, this is the a grenade or EMP or whatever it's holding. Ah, okay, hold on then. So I actually need these two not be connected. In that case, I can make them look like whatever. Okay. Here, let's test this one out then. So, hold on. These two go together. This one's empty. Yeah, let me do this first. This so that it can be drying. However, I will say that where Luna lives, I have a sneaking suspicion that Warhammer might be just a little bit cost prohibitive. Even a 3D printer might be a bit much. Little bit, probably. I suspect. Maybe. Just a smidgen. I'm where I am, I'm going to have to make sure to buy American. I know that at least some 3D printers are German, but that's about as much as I know. Let's see, what pose do I want to do? Because now the arms can be disconnected from one another. Well, disconnected. I don't like that quite so much. Let's try it on the other. I made it where, because I chose, well, even without the helmet, might not have been able to hold the arms straight up. So can't go straight down either. Don't really have a lot of choice there. Trying to make it look as if this person's about to chuck a grenade at them is what's going on. Skipping ahead just a bit. Let me just make absolutely sure before I do something here. You know, measure twice, cut once. Okay. Whale. Yeah, just let this one be the dude with the grenades. Dude buddy with the grenades. Speaking of which, the team does have grenades anyway, notwithstanding the semi-automatic grenade launcher. As you do. It does in fact. Hey, what's up, Vanilla? Sorry, I just saw you. You just came in. Don't say it, Jay. Don't say it. You know you want to. Don't say it. Alright, let's see. Haven't built. I'm gonna go pass out. See you tomorrow. Hey, see you, Taylor. See ya. Love the Diness of the T. Oh, the smiliness of the T1 avatar. Thank you. I appreciate it. I do. What's your avatar reference to? You might have already told me, but I'm afraid I don't remember. Your profile picture, I mean. If you have, it's been a second, and also I have the memory. I have the memory of a goldfish. Well, okay, maybe not, but you know, let's go with that. Is there any way that I can get you to chuck it overhead? No, not really. I know this is a silly thing to. It's not even really a complaint. All of them are right-handed. There's no lefties here. No southpaws. It doesn't actually matter, I don't know, I noticed that. I'm ambidextrous, and I know that people that are left-handed notice it with some frequency. I just find it kind of neat. Neat! If you've only played Legend of Zelda games since Breath of the Wild, so since Skyward Sword, I can talk. You may not be familiar with this, but Link used to only be left-handed. It was a big deal in Master Quest for Ocarina of Time when he was right-handed, because everything was mirrored in the game, including Link. But Skyward Sword, it's a motion game, so naturally, you know, he became right-handed for it, and it stuck for Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. I don't know, but my theory is that someone that designed Link happened to be left-handed and just carried it over. Alright, that's going to make your shoulder budge. Let's not do that, actually. Let's do it this way. That pose, absolute cinema. Absolute cinemassacre. Not too terribly much, he says. you can in fact have too much glue, so too much DACA. I have started watching TTS, Emperor TTS, and I am now aware of where the when the entire universe is filled with DACA, then there will be enough DACA almost. I am now familiar with where that comes from, and it's great. And I don't know why this guy is looking down. He needs to shoot the ground, apparently. Well, he's a Pathfinder. Let's say he's tracking. Let's go with that. That's my excuse. That's my excuse, and I'm sticking with it. I cannot stress this enough. Ha. Back. Oop, 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 yep, yep, oop, oop, yep. I don't know, I turned into Banjo from Banjo-Kazooie. Just like that, exactly like that. That's how he sounds. Alright then. I actually forgot that I have a request for probably Taylor or Phlogiston, one of the two, for something to 3D print, but I will have to make it myself. Alright, so we're looking at 29, 32, 34. Oh, here we are. Oh, neat. Okay. I will have to, not print it, I'll have to design it myself and they can print it. It is a special tray in which I can put all of the units that already has them exactly the distance from one another that they need to be to maintain unit cohesion while I'm moving them around. Basically, you just put them in the tray, or you put the tray over them. Probably not over because of the guns getting in the way. Okay, you build the tray around them, and then you move the whole tray instead of having to go one at a time. And because they're already pre-measured, you don't have to worry about measuring the distance for them. That matters because I will be keeping my units as far from each other as possible while still maintaining unit cohesion, which is all kinds of fun, all kinds of exciting. Alright, so we're looking at 30, 31, and 33. Well, here's 30. The others are on this sheet. 33. 31. I don't know where 32 ran off to. Alright, so yeah, they're on separate sheets. As one does. Yeah, for this one, I think I'm going to take Phlogiston's advice and go with the ion cannon. Or ion rifle, excuse me. Looks good against vehicles, but I guess that's what the stealth battle suits are for. This one might have gotten into a pretty bad accident with a meat grinder. This poor guy. He's seen better days. 42 as well. Need to pick up all my 42s. Where are they? There's a 1. They're on the other page. I'll bet you. Maybe. It would make sense, but... No? I would have lost that bet. There we go. Whale fin. There's 1. There's a 2. A 2-a. And there's a 3-a. Oh, there will be a 3-a. nice. I'll trim them in a bit, but for right now, and yep. Clip. Uh-oh. You can't be getting dull on me too. That would not be ideal. Please and thank you. I would rather not. I would rather that you not. Don't you love when that happens? Alright. And then, here are the arms. Oh, wait. The arms go with... The arms are different. Even though they look identical, the gun to which they go is different, so I want to make absolutely sure I keep like with like, in case I'm wrong. And they actually are a little bit different. That would be less than ideal, you can imagine. Probably a little bit. Just a smidgen. Okay. I'll glue the gun together, and then after that, I will take a quick little break. Glue the guns together. Come on now. There, well, oh, okay. Hold on. You know what? That's probably fine. He says. It's the absolute smallest touch that I can add to that piece right there to make sure that it doesn't get wrong. Jeez. Okay. So, there we go. Just like that. Oh yeah, that's right. I don't have my headset up to my face anymore, so people can't hear me when I do that. When I turn into an ASMR streamer. Whoops. Whoops. Perfect. Easy peasy. Actually, I like doing it this way. Come on, sometime before the... There we go, the heat death of the universe. Alright then. Whale. Starting TF2 matches in random horror maps, or maps from ARGs, watching people join all confused. You can yap about it then. Oh, I don't know if you heard me earlier, but I was asking what the character in your profile picture was a reference to. Look, I know, I'll be back in just a moment. I'm going to take a quick little break, maybe make some coffee, a little bit of coffee. I'll be right... Hey! I'll be right back. first two don't succeed. There we go. We are indeed back. Hopefully, anyway. Oh, let's see. PFP is Shoe from Our Nights, drawn by Melon Bread. Oh, it's red because I changed the color of my PFP depending on the platform. Oh, okay. Fair enough. I thought I remembered seeing it as a blue. Discord, it's blue. Over here, it's red. GitHub, it's black. And on Reddit, it's orange. Fair enough. Oh. That's a neat little way to do it. What if I did that? I have enough of these little Wolfus avatars. What if I did that for each different platform? I actually used to have a different Twitter one than I did for YouTube. Oh dear. At this point, unless we count something like YouTube as social media, pretty much the only thing that I have is Twitter, and I'm trying to cut back on it. So, yeah, you know. I had a friend of mine, Hidden Donut, who recommended that I try out Blue Sky. And, well and good, but, you know, Blue Sky is social media, and if I'm already trying to cut out one, I figure I may not want to keep at it, as new ones to it. As you do. Let's test this out first, though. I do not trust myself. You should not either. Well, wait, what? Nope. Oh, right, hold on, that's right, they're right-handed. Just put the gun on upside down. Wait a minute. Let's see if we can do something incredibly silly. How high can we tilt this thing? No. You can't shoot something in the air, unfortunately. This can only go well, by the way. Source, trust me. I'm just going to do it separately and hope it works out. I'll try it on one, and if it works, great. Great. And if it doesn't, well, that's is the coffee already ready? Oh, okay. Fine with that. Hurry though, please. Maybe. God dang it! I need to stick my finger right on top of the again. That's what I could do with all the extra. I know what I'm doing. Badly. Stick. Ignore the fact that his shoulder is dislocated. Stick. More stick. Alright. So that was a terrible idea. I have an idea. It's called Let's Not Do That Again. Found a YouTube channel that I rather like, but AI is getting so realistic. Now granted, I'm the world's worst at figuring out whether something's AI or not, but this channel, it would go back and forth showing, it's one of those where they'd show body cams of criminals getting arrested and making fools of themselves, that sort of thing. But it would go back and forth and actually show a person with their mouth moving, his mouth moving. And I guess it didn't ring a bell because the voice kind of sounded like it a little bit, but, they showed a person on there too. Nope, it's AI. It's one of those where the person never actually, they keep this same position and just turn their head. Except they were also moving their shoulders a little bit too. It didn't look as stiff as that demo between, was it Steve Jobs and Archimedes, I think it was. It didn't look that stiff. It looked just realistic enough, I guess. And then I noticed in a later video that he was wearing the same shirt, with the same lighting, in the same position. No. It is getting pretty good, though. Goodness. For better or worse. It doesn't matter. The genie's out of the bottle, and while there might have at one point been a legislative solution, I think that we're kind of past the point where that's viable, at least in most places. So it's just sort of here to stay. You could do that. You could do it though, I imagine. Also, I haven't seen it yet, I've only heard of it. There's that Microsoft AI game demo where it's supposed to look like Quake 2, but I was told that every time that they turned the camera down in order to look at the floor, for instance, when they popped back up, it would generate basically an entirely different room, which is funny. I think, anyway. I think that's funny. So you can tilt it down without dislocating your shoulder. Survey says a friend who is an artist who is not exactly, you can imagine as an actual artist, not terribly keen on the rise of AI and how it takes a lot of artist jobs. She actually does make commissions off of it. I can understand. I can imagine that being pretty frustrating. Now in her case, though, it's not as if that's her only job or anything. But I can imagine being just a little bit upset with that. Understandably so. Oh, goodness. For just a little bit first. Want to do $1 commissions where I do terrible MS Paint drawings of jokers, right? Meme commissions. Oh dear. I mean, I guess you could. Yeah, go for it, right? The world is your oyster. I might make rail rifles for the next one. Imagine if I had actually, I wonder if it would have been easier to have magnetized these. It'd be silly. you do is you make a teeny tiny little hole small enough for the smallest magnet that I have, which is a 1 millimeter, on each side. And let's say, for example, we have the north polarity facing out. And then on the weapon, you put the south polarity facing in. And then when you want to change them, you lift it up and then swap it out. I have a funny feeling, though, that would not go very well for me. I would like it to. Not knowing me, though. I'll end up regretting this. It's fine. I'll end up regretting it. It's fine. It's probably better to have more volume of fire, though. So the ion cannons, okay. Ion rifle, excuse me. Ion cannon's a different weapon. Hold on just a moment, now we'll read while this is drying. Try to, because it is... Okay, hey, brilliant. Perfect. Just hold it in place and don't do that. As you do. Okay. One of them in the mod will be a redrawing of the regular Joker, but in MS Paint. Joker, but worse. Oh, that's right. The Jimbo, but worse. Jimbo. Oh dear goodness. Canadian singer Drake must be losing a lot of money right now. Really trying his best to get people from his label to get as much publicity. I knew Drake was Canadian. That's the one thing about that I knew. I didn't know he had his own label. It seems like it's really tough to... Music, in general, seems pretty tough nowadays. You know, famously, you're not going to make a lot of money off of the actual sales of the music itself. Concerts, merchandise, you can make some of it. For example, if you're selling individual songs. But people don't... I guess we live in the post-Napster era. We live in the post-Spotify era, actually, where streaming is easy enough. Gotta really self-censor. Oh. The 10th most listened to song of last year was an anthem telling the whole world he's related. I take your word for it. I tend to stay away from stories like that. I did not know for something like a year what Harvey Weinstein was accused of. I figured it's one of those things that it's going to be depressing, so I'm not going to go out of my way to find out. I don't know. Also, it's one of those where it doesn't matter what my opinion is because, I don't know, let it go to court or whatnot. The other 9 songs were Lady Gaga and Chappelle Roan. Lady Gaga is relevant now. It's still relevant. In 2024. He said it was last year, so. Oh, goodness. What is that? We managed to get coffee grounds. Okay, now we can start doing everyone's favorite part. Accessorizing. Putting pistols on them, actually. Pistols and survival gear, but pistols. We could, and we should, I guess, add antennae to them. Each one seems to get a receptor. I guess that's what it is. But I'll be honest, I have covered those up so thoroughly that most of these I'm not going to actually be able to do anything with. Yeah. This one has its head cocked way sideways, so I'm going to fix that. Yeah. There it goes. If you tell me he is, I'm going to take your word for it. My opinion does not matter. The opinion of the random YouTuber. Oh dear. Billie Eilish. I don't like Billie Eilish. I mean, not getting on you for you liking her. It's just not my cup of tea. Isn't it great how Kendrick Lamar's most recent album, GNX, released in late November of last year, One Song to Luther, already has over 1 billion streams? Hello. The first YouTube video to get 1 billion views. Do you remember what it was by chance? It's not that long ago. This isn't one of those before your time sorts of things. It's Gangnam Style, of all things. And now, like every other, what's that baby YouTube series? Not Baby Shark, although Baby Shark's over 1 billion views too. Is it CoComelon, right? It's like every other CoComelon video is 1 billion views, I think. Physically impossible to pronounce the words. I'm sorry, if anyone was trying to sleep at 9 at night, I'm sorry. I see what you did there, Non. I see what you did there. Actually, you know what? Just for my own insanity's sake, let me try something. I am curious. Well, it's drying anyway, although it's probably dry at this point. I'm waiting for that dude's head to maybe get not crooked anymore. Alright. CoComelon. 14... Oh, I was way off. Okay, 581 million views. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, I was wrong. It looks like these don't get nearly as many views as I was thinking. Although there's more than one CoComelon channel? Huh. Well, today I learned, I guess. I don't know that I wanted to, but that's my own fault. That's my own dang fault. Alright, enough of that. Here, make sure that this is muted, because dear Lord God, I don't want that. Alright. And then sort. Yep, nope. I was right. It's just not as common as I thought. You go to their videos, sort by most popular, and the most popular one, Wheels on the Bus, 7.3 billion views. I'm in the wrong industry. Oh no. Sharing a fun fact, I'll bet you were. Didn't hear it at the time, didn't really understand English that well. Korean music was mostly relegated to very calm vocal tracks. Okay. And I admit, Korean music is also something I'm not terribly familiar with. By that I assume you mean this is before K-pop became popular outside of Korea, right? At least well outside of Korea. Because if I remember correctly, that's a relatively recent phenomenon. It's in the last 15 years, right? Well, recent being 15 years tells you how old I am, right? No. I remember a friend of mine back when I was in college saying, there's nothing that will make you feel young like studying the history of the universe. Which is true. When you start putting things into millions and tens of millions and hundreds of millions and billions of years, a few decades doesn't seem that long. Baby Shark Dance is the most viewed video. Oh, that must be a different... Yeah, that's not Coconut, that's a different one. But yeah, 15.17 billion views. You know what that means, folks? That means that if everyone on Earth watched it once, that would still not be enough. You'd be a little over halfway there. What that actually translates into is playing it and playing it and playing it and... Yeah. 15.17 billion views. Okay, you're dry now. We're moving on. To be honest, I don't want to put the receptors on, and even if I wanted to, I should say. Okay. Who could not receive it because of where their I think one of them might not be able to receive it because of where the gun is. Everybody else, yeah, everybody else could. I guess I'll put it on the chassis. Yeah, we'll put it on the chassis, actually. You will get one. You, good sir. Wait. I'm supposed to. Alright, fine. Fine. I will. I don't want to. I really don't want to. I don't have to. No one's putting a plasma rifle up to my head and making me. But I want it to look right. I'm going to use the ancient secret strategy of trying to find an excuse on here. Strike team how? Trying to find an excuse. Very technical term. Even the strike team has antenna. Well, look, Fire Warriors, that applies to the Breachers too. Breacher? Yep, everybody does. And it unfortunately does make sense. I know exactly what I'm doing. You know, we could just not. We could just take it off. Baby Shark is Korean. Wait, really? Oh, it's a Korean animation company, right? I actually have a bid. Oh, I've been outbid? Oh no, whatever. I was about to say, I have a bid on eBay for some stealth battle suits. It's just the suits, no drones, but I have been outbid. It's probably alright. I have a funny feeling. It's okay. It's fine. They're already built, so that's good, but they're not painted, so that's really good. And prices are in pounds, British pounds, so it's $9.50, which ends up being about $12 plus shipping. $12 would be great, and with shipping, I mean, it's only, I guess I could keep going, but right now I think I'm fine. Well, I'll look it up later. It'll be alright. Yeah. Oh, a Korean? Wait, Baby Shark is a Korean song? Are you positive? You might be right, but I remember hearing that. I don't remember hearing that when I was a little kid, but when I was a teenager, maybe? That's a old song. I mean, I'll be honest, I don't know that that's... the actual song itself, not that particular version of it. That could very well be Korean animation or Korean music group or something like that, but the actual song itself, I'm pretty sure there's a thing here. Baby Shark Dance. Entice people, because the current most disliked video is YouTube Rewind 2018. Supposedly it actually got overtaken. You know what by? I'm not stalling. I'm totally not stalling. No way. Couldn't be me. You know what by? Snow White. Oh, there's a 15. 15 specifically for the chassis. What does this go to, though? I'm just quadruple checking myself, making absolutely sure that I'm not missing something here. As you do. Measure 15 times, cut once. Classic saying. There's 14, but not 41. You'd think it'd be one of the belt decorations. But those jump from 20 to 55, and then each number from there to 69. Nice. 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 Alright, look, I'm very mature. As you can clearly tell, as you can clearly see. But no, actually, seriously, what the heck does this go to? This piece is just kind of comes out of nowhere. Well, it's not an antenna. Santana. Oh. Oh. I'm smart. Me am smart. I know exactly what I'm doing. Another cool fact, if you fast forward on any episodes featuring King Crimson, you can skip Diavolo's time skip. True, you can in fact do that. So you watch an episode, you know how on YouTube there are, or on Firefox and Chrome, there are add-ons and extensions that you can use to skip parts of YouTube videos? Just do that, but just for the just for the King Crimson sections. Or someone that made a video of the world, but they cut out all the frozen time, and they take that entire episode and they make the whole thing look as if it's 2 minutes and something, not episodes, 2 episodes, right? They take the whole thing and compress it down to about 2 minutes and some odd, because that's how much time stopping there is outside of Dio's world. There you go. That's it. You know what I'm talking about. You get it. You get it. You get it. Okay. No, actually, that's your mom's job. I'm a menace. With hands that work. I like this slow swing sound. Alright, let me not cut my fingers off, please. I don't think that we would appreciate that too terribly much. Also do the same for Jotaro. Outside of Jotaro's world. He doesn't do it so much in one episode though, does he? Not that I remember. But I guess, yeah, he's spread out. Fair enough. Maybe. Maybe. Goodness. Oh yeah, I have the standing mic, so now you can possibly hear. It's not that loud. There we go. Yeah, I can see on the levels when the popping comes out. Oh dear goodness. Alright. Right. Make sure that I put them on the right way. It's one of those songs where the audio dances back and forth in the headset. It's quite cool. Let me see what the final product is supposed to look like. Can't seem to get it to fit quite right. leaves a bit of a gap, but I think I can just push it down. Push it real good. Alright, just the teeniest, tiniest. You go forward in time. Okay, here we go. If you rewind any episodes of Bites the Dust before Killer Queen Bites the Dust activates, you go back further than to just this morning. Wait, hold on. Rewind any episodes of Bites the Dust before Killer Queen Bites the Dust activates. Hold on. If you rewind to any episodes of Bites the Dust arc before Killer Queen Bites the Dust activates, you can go back further than to just... Oh, gotcha. Okay. I had to read that a few times. Don't you just love complex timestamps? How does this work? Does it? It works? Are you sure? In before D4C. Just can't wait for D4C to get shown. That'll be fun. Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap. Or it's... What's its English name again? It's something stupid about deals at a reasonable price, or cheap tricks at a reasonable price, or something stupid like that. Cheap tricks at a reasonable price. Perfect. That's what she said. Get on there. Look, I am extremely mature. Everyone in this chat can tell you. For better or for much, 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 much worse. Oh dear. Talking with another streamer about doing a collab at some point. Well, that might be kind of neat. I mentioned him earlier. His name is Donut. If you're in chat, by the way, Donut, shout outs to you. Say something. I'd like to plug you. All that jazz. Might just actually be streaming. Anyway, about doing a collab. Trying to figure out what we would play together. And there's some easy answers, like getting Donut into fighting games with something silly like Dive Kick. That would be ridiculous. That would be exciting. That's it. Filthy Axe at a reasonable price, because it goes back an hour. I see what you mean. We're gonna do an alternate version of the final opening. Final opening. Wait. Alternate version of the final opening, as in Stone Ocean, the Made in Heaven time silliness that no one understands. If you say you do, you don't know. Actually, it's not that hard to understand. It's just kind of silly. Not silly. It's cool. Made in Heaven is cool. The ultimate time stand. The time stand to counter other time stands. Don't ask, it just works. It just works. If you don't mean that, though, I have no idea. Taylor were here. I'm gonna ask if he's seen JoJo. You know, I should get Donut into Pal World, actually. Although, doing a server together is... Well, I've never actually gotten that to work before. We'd find a way to make it work, hopefully, totally. Oh, Nine, by the way, have we had, since you've been here, have we had any internet issues yet? Because, well, actually, we're about an hour away from when they usually start. But hopefully, we'll be fine. I did the ancient secret technique of turn the router off and on. Well, unplug the router and plug it back in. Which seems like it shouldn't work, but, you know, it's not a bad place to start. Off and on, turn it off and on again works more often than you might think. Goodness. Alright. Hey. Not you. Ah, there you are. It's not him. It's not him. Not currently. There's some buffering earlier, at least from me. Okay. Feel more than free to let me know. I have my YouTube dashboard. Oh, but wait a minute. I didn't have the dashboard up at the moment. I had Wahapedia up so I could figure out what on earth I'm doing with these silly things. Alright, so those are done. And by done, I mean, now it's time for us to accessorize. These are completely optional, but I see 1, 2, 3 pistols and 800 pouches we can put on them. I guess I should give them pistols, right? They do get pistols. It used to be the case, back in my day, that your Tau did not... They only had a pistol if that was the option, the ranged option that you gave them. So, you had something to do in melee, but you had a pretty crappy weapon otherwise. Now everyone gets it by default. You just can't shoot the pistol and shoot the other weapon in the same turn, which, fair enough, that makes sense. You know. I don't think that's how that works. I'm pretty sure. Alright then. Oh, there's the bonding knife, because that matters now. I guess that we could give the bonding knife to the Chesui. Oh, that matches the music we're listening to. That's exactly what it is. Alright. But yeah, if it happens again, let me know, please. I would appreciate it. I don't remember if you are one of the fine folks that knows anything about Warhammer, but if you do you have an idea as to what faction you think you might get into? If you like silly stuff, I do have a recommendation. Orcs. Orcs are the funny boys. The goofy ones. The goofy ones. Goofy goobers. Yeah. Oh goodness. So, orcs have this instinctive skill that allows them to basically build, even if they don't have instructions for how to do it. Not a single solitary clue as to what they're doing. Not a one. None. And it's kind of funny. So it's why all their tech looks like just random bits of scrap metal thrown together. It's because it is. And yet it works. Well, kind of. An orc stompa, for example, is the craziest looking thing. It's the equivalent to a Questoris Knight that Evangeline would run, except it looks like it's just a tornado ran through a... Oh no. Oh no. I have no idea where that one just flew off to. How? Hold on. Ow. That's a good idea. Alright. Oh. Yeah, I'll be honest, I have no idea where it just went. Let me stand up and see if it... Oh, okay. That's it. Alright. We're all set to go. We're good. We're good. I know exactly what I'm doing. Totally. Nothing bad could possibly ever. No, of course. Alright. Time to get to gluing. Time to get to gluing. Let's see. So there are two that are unique for their poses. Make sure those get matches. These two together. I think. Yeah. Good, good, good. Close enough. That's a unique one. That's a unique one. Alright. Okay. Does it matter? Absolutely not. I don't know how on earth I'm going to get yours attached. I'm sure that I am, actually. Just cheat. Just get it close enough. Get it close enough and call it a day. Alright, so the gun is unfortunately covering where the antenna would be, but I can just get it close enough. And frankly, I don't think anyone's going to care. I would be mildly surprised. Then again, I have been building these, assuming that there's that one person who goes to a tournament that just says, you suck. The Charlie, yeah, you suck. By the way, to the new people that showed up, hi, I'm T1 Glistener. I totally know what I'm doing. I guess I could just put them on the other side. That would have made too much sense, wouldn't it? Nah. Let's have them all match. Even if it means that this one is so far off that it's totally worth it, that's what. That's what I was going to say. It's totally worth it. You know what, that's fine. I foresee no issues with this whatsoever. Not a single solitary one. Hey, okay, perfect. Dry test it first. This is the opposite of what we had going on with the stealth battle suits. Those I was slowing myself down because, hey, this is going to take that long. These, I have a comedy of errors, I believe is the technical term. Dear goodness. Uh-oh. Go in. Get in there. Don't say it, Jay. Again, for the 45th time. Look, I can't help myself. I'm going to say that that's close enough. Sure, let's go with that. Do you know how much fun I'm going to have painting those? You won the game! Hey! Very good. Very nice, sir. Also, there's more coffee now. It is long since made. If I wait too long, it's not going to be scalding anymore. So I may want to go get some. I should go and catch it. orc stuff. I don't know that you'd necessarily be into orcs for the lore or not, but the flavor of this is the silly faction. But I won the game. But you lost. But you won! I am giving everyone here a free you win the game pass. You win the game pass. Where's my... I thought I had a code that I could give people out for that. Give out to people for that. The free month of game pass. I know I gave one to... Oh, I gave it to Senator, but I think he couldn't use it. If I remember correctly. It may have been a moment. We might have slept just a tiny bit since then. We. You. No, not I. Are fit. There we go. I've said as it falls right out. Unfortunately, this one's head is going to be a little bit crooked. It's fine. I can live with that. It doesn't look great. But I can live with that. Anyway, it's not much. I'm sorry. But hopefully, we are almost done. I think. Genuinely, I think that it takes me less time to build one of the bigger Imperial Knights than it does to do these because of all the little itty-bitty bits and how many there are. I really love painting these. And I know I will end up having to paint them at some point, which is going to be all kinds of fun. I'm not usually big into painting, you see. Sticking, so it's got to fit just a bit too. Okay. And then back. I do appreciate that they put a spot for the receiver, on either side, so you could actually do that. And it might not have been a bad thing to help distinguish the Pathfinders from the Strikers. The Breachers are pretty obvious. They're the ones with the shotguns, right? The way that I describe the Breachers is that they are Doom guy with 1 HP. Get that double-barreled shotgun, but you're still a Tau, so you die in one hit. It's being it's being Doom guy, but on ultra violence. Stick. There we go. much, oh well, we're going to say that it's totally fine, and that nothing bad will come of this. Not a single solitary thing. No siree. This nice and chill live stream brought to you by Decaf Coffee. I think. I hope. Alright, this one might have to be tilted back a bit. Okay, I'm gonna be honest, this one looks janky. We'll make it work. We'll make it work. It'll be fine. It'll be alright. Everything will be alright. Might help if I actually cut you out first. These are the shorter ones, so getting it into position is a little tricky. He says as he nails it. Nailed it. Alright, I'm gonna need you to not move, please. That would be handy. I would appreciate it. I should ask in the server if people would actually like to see. Here, let's do it this way. Actually, put it on the antenna instead. Me to do. I will probably do painting streams, but the first layer, the primer, I'm probably going to do just separately. I was thinking about not even streaming it, to be honest. It's just spray priming. Oh goodness, God, jeez. Jeez. Right, here you are. Thank you. Get over here. I was thinking about not even bothering with that because it's just spraying. But if people are interested, I might actually do that. It would be set up outside because it's spraying. I don't really have a good place to do it in here. Some of you will watch me stream anything. Watching paint literally dry. No. But I do appreciate it, though. In all seriousness, I do appreciate it. Just hanging out with some friends, hanging out with some buddies. Hold on just a minute. I will read your comment in a sec. Saw someone give pretty good example to explain how King Crimson works, like ripping a page out of a book. The event still happened even though the evidence doesn't exist. Okay. Wasn't written exactly. That's actually a pretty good analogy. It's much better than that 1-minute video on YouTube of the guy just screaming, "How does King Crimson work?" over and over again. You know the one. Alright. I think these are the Putting the like with like again. Because somehow I managed to get them mixed up here. These two. Alright. Please, aside from accessorizing, is there anything else that I have to do to these things? We might as well, I suppose. We might as well. Alright then. I see some accessories on here, but it seems as if most of them should be on the other sprue. And low, I'm already seeing some. What's weird is that there's only one copy for quite a few of these. Which kind of makes me not want to be honest. Because they're not going to match each other. There's no way to make them match each other. So here, let me show. It's going to be on the bottom right for what you're seeing. That little tan box down there, these are the options that I'm given. But note that there isn't, you know, X2, X3, X10, anything. They're just one of each. That's kind of hard to see, I know, but there we are. And so, for example, there is one regular pistol, one holstered pistol, one halo pistol, one set of binoculars, another, there's a pouch next to a canister, two canisters, two pouches, spam, 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 baked beans, spam, spam, and spam, a lobster thermidor crevettes with a moray sauce, truffle pate, a fried egg on top, and spam. There's garnish in there somewhere, I forget where that is. That'll do it. And so, while it might not look as nice, I wouldn't like for them to not match one another. I might put something on specifically the chasuble. Oh, the bonding knife. That's right. A different sprue. Found the guns. Thuggins. Alright, here we go. Bonding knife. Well, this one you're supposed to put on them anyway. It signifies that it is the chasuble. Perfect. It's not even a dagger that you use for fighting. It has something to do with the ceremony that they do. I have no idea. I don't know how it works. Alright. Not you. Oh wait. There we go. It goes... I have no idea. I have actual, factual, negative, no idea. They have it such that it's... Okay, hold on. Let me turn it to match what I'm seeing in the picture. And so on and so forth. Alright. Well and good. We might as well stick the knife on them too. That's the reason why they have this extra little backpack. It's to hold a knife, because that's where you put knives, on the outside of your backpack. You know what though, it works. Sure. Let's go with that. Bit. And Knuckles. Oh, hold on. Don't actually know. Explanation I give is time progresses normally for Diavolo. To everyone else, it's like time skipped forward. Also, he can move around during the time skip. I think it's more like he gets to retain what happened, but he goes back in time a certain amount and can redo decisions that are made in that time, I think is the idea. But he can also make changes to what happened. So for example, when he's fighting against Giorno, he gets like, some blood in his eyes, so he can make that change. It's kind of like Dio throwing out knives in stop time, and then they stop once they get away from him. It's kind of like that, I think. I think it actually involves, so if this is how time progresses, Diavolo jumps backwards in time and gets to redo this section, basically, knowing what it is. So, for example, if you're flipping a coin, right, heads or tails, you see what the outcome is, use King Crimson to go back in time, now you give the correct outcome, and you'll always win your coin tosses, assuming that he can spam King Crimson quickly enough. Alright, I think I'm just going to leave the rest as they are. Later on I can change my mind, but maybe we'll do something for the ones that have the ion rakers. He's lagging like crazy on the online server. He has 420 ping. That's what's going on. 420. Oh dear goodness. Yeah, basically. Oh, you know how if you have really high ping in a fighting game, and the fighting game has rollback netcode, so we're not playing a Japanese game with delay-based netcode, it's rollback. You can have your opponent teleport. So let's say that you and I are doing a fighting game. The way that rollback netcode works is that if there's a disconnect, if it isn't getting a signal from the other person, it's assuming that you're going to keep doing what you were just doing. So if you're walking towards the opponent, it's going to assume you're just going to continue walking, because most of the time that's right. And usually if it's wrong, it will jump back, it'll roll back to the frame where it picked up what it's supposed to be, and then advance forward to where you are in that end. So let's say instead of walking forward, you actually punched, but it caught it two frames later. You'll skip the first 2 frames of the punch animation, right? But let's say that instead of 2 frames, it's 15 frames. You know, your opponent's internet really gets laggy, and they jumped instead, just to give something that's way different, right? So you were walking forward, and now you are 15 frames in the air. That's what it's like. That's totally what it's like. It's King Crimson. Oh dear goodness. Oh, a recon drone. Oh yeah, a recon drone. I have to figure out how I want to kit you out, don't I? I mean, I guess I don't have to, but I should. What time is it? 10:05. I do have an early morning, so I need to not take too much longer now. Oh dear. Every time I do anything on Wahapedia, though, it slows to a chug. Oh, I see. Recon, Grab Inhibitor, and Pulse Accelerator. Recon is the Infiltrator one, which is what we're going to make. Wait, the Infiltrator drone has a gun? Apparently. Can I use that gun, please? That would be nice. That would be handy. Okay. Well then, I guess we'll work on that. Let that be the last one to go. Alright. I'm tired. Can you tell? I'm a little bit. You don't have to have the drones actually out anymore. It's no longer a requirement. But, you know, it would be good. Show your opponent. And in fact, for this, you really don't need to have the drone out because it gives them infiltrators, which happens at the start of the game. So you could pick it up off the table because it no longer matters anymore. Whereas because the other two actually do have continuing effects. Right, let me just send that one off into the sun. Team Rocket blasting off again. And then this piece. Oh, nice. Must have cut that one earlier. Or I don't know my own strength. That's what it is. And in 72, there's a CRT randomly on the front of this. Don't ask, I have no idea. Cathode ray tube, it's a type of television. There you are. Old type of television. That I have genuinely something like 20 of. That is not an, I don't think that's an exaggeration. If it is, it's not by much. Was this supposed to fit? Oh, like that. Neat. Neat! Just think they're neat. Oops. It's fine. I didn't actually put the cement on in the right place. We're going to pretend that there's nothing wrong. Too much out here. Not a single solitary problem with any of this. No siree. Bob. Jimbo. No siree, Jimbo. I see. I see. King Crimson. Just like that. I know what I'm doing. As you can clearly... Alright, while this is all drying, 76 and 75. Aha. I guess it might actually matter if it does indeed. Hold on, I'm going to cheat. No, it doesn't say that the recon drone has a gun. It does. Clearly. Maybe this was a previous edition thing, because this is an old edition box. Maybe it did have a gun. If that don't work, use more gun. Swap sides a bit too soon. That one. It's all. These glued together. Make sure. Yeah, looks like we're all set. Set. Over. Okay. Okay. And then 74 and 3. There we are. Yep. I'm trying
speed up a little bit. I still have dinner to make. I need to get my beauty sleep, so I'm going to be in front of a whole bunch of people tomorrow. Alright. Wait, I had it right the first time. I did. I taught Putty Tat. Now, how in God's name is this supposed to fit together? Wing up. Try testing it first. I don't trust myself. Neat. Oh, way up high. No, that is correct. Huh. Huh. It wants me to glue something that isn't touching anything else, which, sure. Okay. Why not? Why not? White snicker. White snicker. Let's go with that. Nice, perfect. I had it, and then I lost it. Basically country songs in a nutshell, right? In a shell nut. There we go, okay. Okay, too far. Hold on, buddy. Hold up. There we go, much better. Alright. I know what I'm doing now. Now then, while that's drying, I guess we can start cutting out you. I wasn't actually planning on making this one especially tall, but it seems like it fits. Make the others the short ones. Really, I could do gun drones for more damage, or I could do shield drones, but marker drones are the wrong answer. Whatever the right answer is, marker drones are the wrong answer for sure. I swear, if you break, I will break you. Okay, yeah, okay. Hold on. Alright. It must be awfully tight. Giggity. Alright, where'd you run? Aha! You know what? I don't think we're getting around to Commander Farsight this stream. I have a funny feeling we are not getting around to him. You don't have to do very much here. Just sanding it. Let's see. Alright. So I can go a little bit, yeah. Let's go a little bit deeper. Oh! Oh, I thought I put a crack in it. That would have been my luck. Alright, this one is fine, however. I don't need to do any more to the top. In the bottom, however. That might... Let's go a little further. A little bit, though. Alright. How is it getting worse as I'm taking more of it off? Somehow. I don't know how that happened.
There we go. Switching back to the dashboard so that I can actually see when the internet decides it wants to, as the kids say today, crash out. When the internet wants to crash out. Surely that's good, he says, hoping against all hope. Oh hey, here we are. That's not so bad. They all have little scratches. This one might look the worst, but it's fine. Alright, here we go. Now, everyone's favorite. Filling the hole. Certainly my favorite part. Can you keep a straight face? That should keep you nice and good. Maybe. I hope. Please. Dear God. Are supposed to stay nice and put together. I would appreciate it. The seam. Speaking of, actually, yeah, while I'm here, might as well just do a tippy top as well. I'm sure that the head mount is dry. Should be, anyway. Ooh. Sounds like a friend of mine, friend of the channel, Rukalin, suggested a game for me called Paradise Lost. Sounds like music from that, or the Weather Channel. It's Weather Channel music. No matter what I want it to be, it's Weather Channel music. I did not put enough. Good. But it gave me the grooves this time. For my last trick, it might be enough. Oh, quick and easy, he says. Because no one can see this work anyway. I'm going to glue the seam on the inside. Make it a little bit less likely that it'll come apart.
ridiculous. But, hey, if it works, right? Hey, I'm about to head out myself. Oh, Blake gets here and non leaves. Good timing. Alright. I guess I could go for a little bit longer. We're done. I say done. They aren't put onto their bases because I've finally maybe learned my probably just gonna put them on the base. I was about to say learn my lesson and decided to do the base separately. Because otherwise I won't have them to play against you in time. So I think I actually am going to. Plus, now that you're here, it gives me an excuse. I sort of assumed because of what you said earlier that you might be lurking the whole time. Maybe. Here we go. Take care, Nine. I will see you on Thursday. See you on Thursday. Hopefully, definitely. I haven't had a chance to put anything on until just now. Oh, fair enough. Well, I'm glad you get to hang out for a little bit. I will see you tomorrow. Bye. No, I'm just kidding. No, let's hang out for a second. Yeah, I'll get a little bit. I was saying earlier, I can't stay too much longer because I have work in the morning. And I need to be out and about in front of people, all nice and good looking. So, in other words, dinner and breakfast made ahead of time and all that jazz. Also, I will have to go out and get my tires, the air pressure, fixed. I think that there might be a leak in one of my tires because I filled it up not that long ago and it's doing it wrong already. So, that's never fun. That's never something you want to have to contend with. You can imagine. Where I got. Swear to sweet baby Jesus on a stick. Come on. I think that the super glue might be super glued. The lid, that is. Right. Correct. Oh. Isn't it? There we go. Hey. Alright. The smell of okay. You know what? I should have tested first. I will try it now, actually. Before I get too far ahead. Unfortunately, there's only one place to. One of its legs is so high, I can only connect one to the ground at a time. If I set both of them down, I mean, I can, but the first one's not going to be completely touching it flat. My friend glues the little clear plastic bits into a hole that he drills into the base. To help keep them all. Let me read that again. Little clear plastic bits into a hole that he drills into the base to help keep his models upright. You mean, so for example, one of the plastic bits that comes off of the drone bases, it would give him something to stand on. Oh, that actually looks kind of cool. I've got a Captain Morgan the Captain Morgan look. That's ridiculous looking, but I kind of like it. Kind of. To a hole that he drills into the base. Eventually we're going to use the ancient secret strategy of throwing magnets on everything. I might also put, when I'm actually basing them, decorating the base, put something underneath its leg. Maybe. Ooh.
love how I can actually see on the input display that popping sound. I was expecting more than one. A helmet or a skull. That might be a good idea. Ooh, that would be a good idea. I only have towel staff. I do have some extra skulls from the Imperial Guard boxes that Evangeline and I are not going to use. I wouldn't like to put a skull out, but that is a good way to do it, I suppose. I'll do you last. Right now, just do you last. Tons of bits you can use. I may take you up on that. My friend, I may very well take you up on that. Do you have any Imperial Guard hats or heads by chance? The actual guardsmen themselves, not the commissars. I ask because I was going to make some Gyuvesa, which are humans in the Tau Empire. Basically, they're just get bashed Tau, where you change out the head. That's basically it. Come on, hold still, buddy. You do not like to hold still, do you? It certainly doesn't help that I didn't put much on. It's not like the liquid cement. You do actually have to use a bit. And using guardsmen because Tau don't have Space Marines, so I can't use Space Marine helmets. As far as I'm aware in the lore, there are no Space Marines or Space Marine chapters that have joined the greater good. That have joined the Tau. Sweet Betsy. Ross. Okay, for the love of sweet glory. Just hold it anyway. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm just gonna have to hold this here for a while until it's all set. Oh, Imperial Guard, Orcs, Necrons, Astartes, plenty, sweet. If you wouldn't mind tomorrow, if you could bring some Imperial Guard heads or the sprues or what have you, I would really appreciate it. Because the next time that I make a strike team or a breacher team, I'm going to try to include some Gyuvesa in them. I don't want it to be too many because, you know, it is primarily a Tau force. Alright, bring everything up. Thank you, thank you. Oh, and also, it's the, what did PewDiePie punch the screen right now? Maybe. Oh dear. I was telling them earlier, the coffee is Seattle's Best, very vanilla. That's the name of the flavor. Which means that I am pulling a basic white girl right now, except not really because it's black coffee still, it's not an adult milkshake. Translation, I'm trying to get everybody mad at me. Oh dear goodness. Also, you might already know this, did you know that Tau hate me? I mean, Tau have 4 fingers. They have 4 digits. The models hate me anyway.
VFX music, by the way, that there's a link in the description if you're interested. It is Toho music, fan-made, and it's all really nice. I've been using it for years. They're not sponsoring the stream or anything, but there's a link down in the description if you're interested in picking it up yourself. Which I would recommend considering it. They're pretty neat. I think. Did you know that Tau hate me? I might have picked the wrong faction then. In all seriousness, Tau used to be, at the start of 8th edition, Tau might very well have been the best faction in the game. Not even joking, they might very well have been. There was something that changed shortly after 8th edition came out. I don't remember how it worked, but it was something to the effect of there were different detachments, not detachments like we have now, but military detachments. And you could have one of something in each of those, and they changed the rule where it became one for the whole army. I don't remember what it was, but it made it where they had a little bit less firepower for the same number of points. Anyway, Tau were really good back then, when the board was bigger and they had more range, and there was relatively less terrain, and there were fewer units on the board. Because generally speaking, over time point values have gone down. On average, they've gone down. So back in those days, you ran fewer on the board. Well, oh, while this is drawing, let me see if I can find something. Let me see if I can find my old codex. One of my old codexes. I'll be right back, because I was told, you know, now we have the Munitorum field manual, that's where you get your points. Points used to be in the books, and I'm sure I knew that at one point, but I'd forgotten until it was brought back up to me, so I'll be right back. I don't actually have to have this anymore. You don't need the headset to hear me. Not anymore. No siree. Also, I stepped on a hanger, a clothes hanger back there. Not one of those little wire ones, one of the... yeah. Ow. 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 Ew! Not quite that sound. Yeah, so I don't see the edition, but the copyright's 2018, so this is 8th edition. Looking to see if I could double check, just to make absolutely positively sure that it is. Yeah, I think. Maybe. I mean, the time for each edition has been getting shorter and shorter. So, fair enough. Art of War, blah, blah, blah. Commander Pure Tide, blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Point values! Hey, here we go. Now, granted, Crisis suits are apples to oranges, because they work very differently now than they used to. Because it used to be that you would take a Crisis battle suit, it's 42 points, and then the war gear and drones that you give it would change the points. You could customize them instead of having profiles like we have now. Let me find something that is the same. Broadside. Oh, broadsides are an exception. They were 60, now they're 90. That is a big. Oh wait, hold on. No, that's correct. That's a big point increase. Jeez. Now, granted, that's before they get all their stuff added to them, so it actually might go up once they add their systems and whatnot. Yeah, so 60 plus just adding the rail rifle makes it 17. So 77 without anything else. Yeah, never mind. The way that it used to work, like, it's like a la carte system. You know, you have your plate, I'll have one of these, 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 and you add them together, and that's what it is. Now we have profiles for them. No, actually though, where were you? There's the Storm Surge. Where's the Riptide? Drones. Where did the Riptide go? Oh, here it is. 185. 185? It's 100. Hold on. Wait, how much is it now? Riptide Battlesuit. Before adding any of the weapons, it's 185 in 8th edition. Now it is 190 points, which sounds like it went up, but again, when you add its weapons to it, jeez. Oh, jeez. It's a lot less complicated now. At least there is that. If nothing else. Dear God. Please. Oh, wait a minute. Rail rifle is different than a heavy rail rifle. That actually matters for the broadside. Where was I? I know what I'm doing. Flip, 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 flip. It was further back, wasn't it? Aha! It was. Mwahaha. Oh yes, 35 points. So it would have been base 95 before adding drones, before adding any other weapons. Did not know that. Gosh dang. So different loadouts would cost different. Yeah. So you would take the model. The model would have a base set of points, and then as you added weapons to it, they would add points to it. So for example, to use the broadside again, you might be familiar. The broadside has different ways you can run it. There's the missile pods, and then there's the rail rifle. Your main weapon is either the rail rifle or the missile pod. So you start with 60 points for the broadside. If you choose the heavy rail rifle, you add 35. If you choose the high yield missile pods, you add 25. So the missile pod ones actually cost less, which back then made good sense. They had a lot less range. Range isn't 60 inches might as well be the full table nowadays. It doesn't mean as much. The 30-inch range on the missile pods is a greater percentage of the battlefield than the broadside, than it used to be, I should say, because the battlefield is smaller. I know what I meant to say. Now, granted, a lot of these have a cost of 0, but those are usually things for infantry. So, for example, your pulse rifle costs 0. Okay, that makes good sense. Fair enough. Same thing with the shotgun. It has an actual name, but it's the shotgun. The pistol used to cost 1 point. It's so that if the whole squad takes pistols, it's 10 points. And if you take 1, you might as well take 10. Because just taking 1 will put you over those 5 threshold. Never mind. Never mind. It's silly. No, seriously though, where's the shotgun? Pulse carbine. Pulse blaster? One of those two is the shotgun. That's what it's called. That's exactly what it's called. So yeah, that's how it used to work. And it gave you a lot of flexibility. Was that tower every faction? I don't think it was every faction, but I know that Tau worked that way, and I'm 95% sure that Necrons worked that way too. Because we had a Necron player, and while I didn't play Necrons myself, I think that that's how they worked for him. But I think that for some factions, like Tyranids, you didn't have to worry about that, which kind of makes sense. They're Tyranids. They're biological organisms, and that's about it. I guess theoretically they would evolve, but it wouldn't be that same one that's evolving. It would be... That's not how evolution works. Oh dear. Evolution doesn't take place within a generation and all that jazz. Back to gluing them and watching them not stay down for me. This guy's not even looking straight ahead. This one's looking off to the side at the ground. What am I doing with my life? And the answer is being a peace in my army. You know how the running joke for Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Magic is, I'm the best in the world at a children's card game. Same thing with Pokemon. I'm the best in the world at toy soldiers in space. Alright, hold still. I swear, sweet God Almighty. I swear. Hold? Okay. I like to min-max my list so that it sounds like a system I would like. Me too. You and me both. I don't know if you happen to play D&D, but I am absolutely one of those min-maxers when it comes to everything. Absolutely, absolutely everything. Oh dear goodness. I did that for my college schedule. I went to college for 4.5 years. I ended up with 2 majors and 2 minors because I wanted to make sure that every single class that I took contributed to something. Contributed to a major or a minor or both majors, or I don't know if I had any that were both minors, but or just the general requirements, or in one case a certificate. You know, all kinds of. I really wanted to get my money's worth. And now look at what I do for a living. No. I actually have my own game studio, by the way. We haven't made it anything yet. We're working on our first project. But everyone starts somewhere, and by somewhere I'm gluing their finger down to the... 2 degrees, 2 minors, glues finger to base. If the class isn't required, I don't want to take it. Fair enough. What's my 2K list? Our 2K exactly, or 1995. Which means that in 3 years they will be 1800. Okay, maybe not quite that, but they'll be 1850. That is the general trend. Units typically don't go up in point, they typically go down. Although it does, obviously does happen. And the reason, of course, is 1, that's the easier way to balance. 2, it lets them sell you more stuff. That's the actual reason. It is generally easier to balance by lowering points than it is by raising points, though. I was actually really surprised. Imperial Knights, you may know, in the last balance update, they had their points changed such that the Dominus Knights, the Castellan and the Valiant, had their points down. I would have sworn, very incorrectly, that those were the 2 units that you would not see them do that to. They were at 510. I would have sworn up and down to you that they would never go below 505, or at least not anytime soon. You'd have to have a whole lot of power creep before they go through that threshold, for an obvious reason. Once you hit 500, you can run 2 in 1,000, which you're not running just 2 units in a 1,000-point list, but more importantly, that 1,000 points of your 2,000-point list are taken up. Additionally, 480 is a really, really weird number because 1,000 minus 480 is 520. 520 divided by 4 is 130, which is the cost of a Helverin. So a Dominus and 4 Helverins, exactly 1,000 points. It struck me as such a weird number for them to do. Like, they had to have known. You know, I'm sure that they ran the numbers, they ran the math and figured that's what you would be able to do as a result. Which, to be fair, I guess it is a way to buff the Helverins without actually buffing the Helverins. Maybe that's actually the 5D chess going on here. I wish that they had done something to Chaos Knights, though. Either to make they did the same thing to the Chaos Knights, their equivalent of Dominus, to make them more affordable. But you're still not going to run them because you're going to run War Dog spam. And the reason you're running War Dog spam is because... So one of the War Dogs is a character, the Stalker is a character, which means you can make that your Warlord. You can't do that for Imperial Knights because all of the Armigers, the Helverin, the Warglaive, and the Moriaks, all of those are not characters. Unfortunately. So you have to run one of the big ones that's less efficient. Usually that means Conus Rex. Conus Rex be strong. Conus Rex be broken. Oh goodness. Alright. Didn't Imperial Guard get really shafted with the last point? I don't know about the point adjustment, but I do know that their detachment that was recent, that was so... The bridgehead, that one got nerfed pretty hard. Which, fair enough, it was really good. You know, it was really, really good. As for points, though, I don't know. They didn't do anything to Lionel or Gilliman, which I guess surprises me a bit. I mean, that's not Imperial Guard, that's the Imperium in general, but I was just surprised by that. That's a bit of a different topic, it's just, it came to mind. I'm collecting all 80 of the HDs. Listen to me, a goober. Completionist. I'm not actually ADHD or ADD, or as far as I'm aware, I don't have anything like that. I'm just adept at making fun of myself. Gilliman gotta be nerfed hard. Next time, apparently. I'm sure there's some... Well, I say I'm sure there's some reason. I don't actually know. Maybe I have too much faith. Maybe. Maybe. One of these days, I would like to go and pick up some more Armigers. So there's a couple ways I could go about doing that. The Valor Strike Lance box. And if you're ever interested in picking up Imperial Knights, the Valor Strike Lance box is the most recent bundle for Knights. It's 4 Armigers and a Questoris asterisk. Big freaking asterisk, though. The Questoris Knight is the second smallest. It's the smallest that is a character for them. It's the one that includes Conus Rex, the Paladin, the Errant, the Gallant, the Preceptor, the Warden, everyone's favorite, the Crusader. All those are included, and there we go. Hold still, buddy. But Games Workshop being Games Workshop, the Valor Strike Lance box is just a worse version of the previous year's, which was called the Chain Breaker, which just gave you its 4 Armigers and a Questoris Knight. Valor Strike is 4 Armigers and Questoris, but you only because it only comes with the parts for 2. You can either run the Paladin or the Errant. You cannot run anything else because you don't have the parts for it, which is admittedly kind of scummy, especially since the price had actually gone up. So the Valor Strike cost more and you were getting less. Unfortunately, the Chain Breaker is such an old box that you can't get it cost efficiently anymore because it's no longer in print. Games Workshop being Games Workshop. I know, evergreen sentiment. I might be very slightly displeased with that. But if you're just trying to get in, it's not terrible. The Paladin and the Errant aren't the most viable ones, unfortunately. They're just not. They're not the best at anything that they're trying to do.
you want shooting, you go with the Crusader or the Warden, or the Preceptor. If you want up close and personal, you go with the Gallant, but not the Paladin or Errant, unfortunately. But it is what it is. Yeah. Which knight is the biggest? Oh god. Oh god. So, the one that's the tallest is the Cerastus frame. So, there are basically 5 frames for knights. There's different loadouts, but they all use the same frame, and then you go up from there. Armigers, which is this, they're armigers. Think of them as squires. Questores, which is the most common of the big knights, and yeah, they're the 3-up save, 22 wounds, I think. I have to look back and see, but I think that's right. Then you have the Dominus Knight, which is the next biggest. It's only slightly taller, but those have a 2-up save. More wounds, are slower? No, they're the same speed as the Questores, all other things being equal. They all have this thing called Ion Aegis. They can provide cover to armigers that are within 6 inches, even if they aren't under cover, which is good for getting close to an objective and all that jazz. It's well and good. Portable cover. It's great. Then you have the next tallest is the Acastus Knight, which is the most powerful. The Cerastus is less powerful, but it's taller. The Acastus Knights are just walking fortresses. They are typically not very wound efficient, but they have the most wounds. Like, points per wound is worse, is higher, but they have a lot of wounds and a lot of firepower. They're very big. They're very big. They're extremely. They're warlord killers, both of them. Especially one of them for vehicles and one of them for not. And then you have the Cerastus Knight, which is the tallest, and those are built like actual humans. They have proportions more or less like a human. If you see Taylor with his Lancer, that's a Cerastus Knight. Or there are a couple that are over the game store in the Horus Heresy section. Not everything in Horus Heresy is legal in 40k, but 2 of them are. They come in a box set with one another. It's 310 for the 2, and they're pretty neat. I don't remember what their loadouts are. The Lancer is, I think, generally considered to be the best of the Cerastus Knights, because, so you know how Imperial Knights have this neat little thing where they all have a 5-up invuln save, but it's only against range attacks, and you can make it 4-up with a stratagem and all that. No, the Lancer, or not the, yeah, the Lancer gets a 4-up invuln save, and it applies to everything. And the reason is because it actually has a shield. It actually has an honest-to-God shield. And it uses it. Which is good because it's a melee-focused knight, so it wants to get up close and personal. So, unfortunately, one of the reasons that the Gallant is not as great is because it's a melee-focused knight, but once you get in melee range, you lose your invuln save. So you better make really good use of it. Same thing with Carnus Rex. As cool as it is, it does lose its invuln save. Not to worry too much about Carnus Rex because it gets the free, it gets a free stratagem, or it gets to reduce its cost by 1, which means free. It's going to be doing stuff like rotate ion shield and tank shock and stuff like that. Once per turn. This is the one that's supposed to be looking down because it's supposed to be tracking, but it does admittedly look really weird because of how low down it's going. Alright, yes, Taylor has a Lancer. He does. And it's pretty good. The most point per wound efficient models are the armigers. Granted, of course, they're the smallest, they're the easiest to kill, but the points per wound are the best on them. And admittedly, it is pretty hard to argue with results.
I mean, Chaos Knights just do armature spam. Well, for them they're called War Dogs, but they're the same thing. Same frame, same stat profiles, different weapons. They have more variety in them, but basically the same thing. I don't play Chaos Knights, so I don't necessarily want... I think I would rather not nerf Chaos Knights. I would rather make one of their... What I would do is I would make it where their Stalker is no longer a character, and now they're required to take one of the big knights, but that would just be a straight nerf. And unfortunately, one of the things going for Chaos Knights is that you have armature spam. You can't do that with Imperial Knights. So it gives them a different playstyle. It's something unique. I wouldn't necessarily want to take that away, but they get to spam the most efficient unit without really much of a downside. Imperial Knights don't have that same shit going on. The idea is supposed to be that you have one of the bigger knights to give buffs to your little knights. Questoris and Dominus both have that. Cerastus has its own version of it. Castus Knights do not, and Canis Rex specifically does not. It's a Questoris that doesn't buff its partners. Unfortunately, those buffs, frankly, are not very good anymore, and so you're not terribly incentivized to... It used to be the case that when you gave a Bondsman ability to an Armiger, Bondsman being the ability for your Questoris Knights that helps out the Armigers, it used to be when you did that the Questoris itself got the buff too. So for example, the most powerful one was the Warden, which it's good because the Warden costs 450 points. It needed to be good. But it would make it where the Armiger that it was bonding with and itself both had -1 to damage. It couldn't go below 1, so you couldn't have 0 damage. That would be broken. But yeah, that was, as you can imagine, really, really good. But now it applies it only to the Armiger, not the Warden itself. So now the Warden isn't an auto-include. Yeah, it does suck. On the bright side, it hasn't yet, could mean that they can now reduce the cost of the Questoris Knights to make up for this. But that hasn't really happened yet. You know, if you're going to make them weaker, you can nerf them. I wouldn't necessarily be against some of the units getting a point increase if it means that they get more to play with as well. Like Tal have a Riptide. Maybe this is just me not playing it correctly. I don't actually think that the Riptide is all that good. I would be okay with it going up in points if it meant getting something else to help it out. Something else to play with. Alright. It's a very expensive model. It's, I believe, 180 points now. And it just doesn't do... It doesn't do anything well enough to justify those points. It's like the Moirax in Imperial Knights. You could just run one of the cheaper ones that does something more efficiently. Or, I don't know what that would be in Necrons, unfortunately. I don't know much about Necrons or Orcs, so I don't know the equivalent. Orcs have bikes now, right? Orcs do still have bikes? Okay. That's cool. I hope so. Alright, and then there is you. Just for right now, I am going to not glue this one down. If you don't mind, Blake, tomorrow before we get started, I will look through your stuff. Actually, hold on. Wait. Before we do that, I was going to say, if you'll bring your sprues, I'll look for helmets and whatnot, something I can put on here. But firstly, I am actually going to check to see if there's anything that I can put underneath from one of the Imperial Knight boxes that she and I are going to use. Preferably that isn't a skull, but...
Oh, I know they have a whole slew of vehicles, I just didn't know if bikes were included anymore. I know they have the Choppas and the Stompas and the Gorgonauts and the... yeah, all that jazz. There's a Gorgonaut. Is there a Morkanaut? Is that a thing too? Because I genuinely don't know. I don't know. Alright, hold on, give me just a sec. I'll be right back. Funny story, as I'm looking through here, I have two different Questoris boxes. Good luck actually making out the difference from here, but one of them says that it comes with 2 miniatures, and the other says that it comes with 1 miniature. Now, I am almost certain that I know what it's referring to, and why there's a discrepancy between the two. You see, Canis Rex, famously or infamously, is actually 2 different characters. There's Canis Rex, the actual Imperial Knight, and then there's Sir Hector, the pilot of Canis Rex. Yeah! Everything here looks a bit too big. Skulls. Things I was trying not to. Maybe. Hold on. Wait a second. That's about the right size, actually. More skulls. More skull. Even more skulls. Jesus, all the skulls. There's so many skulls. Good lord. I could take a knight helmet that we're not going to use and put that on the ground that it can stand on. That would be interesting. It does beg the question, how did that get there? That's kind of cool, I guess. Maybe. What else do I have here that I could use? Oh. I have something else I should cut out while I'm thinking about it. Slam. That's what you should do, by the way. Have a sharp object in your hand and just chuck it like that. Brilliant idea. Absolutely. If I don't do this now, I will forget. I know me. I will forget. Hello? Alright. Be careful not to push too hard. It only has 2 modes. Doesn't move, and Superman opening a bag of potato chips. I don't actually even know what this piece is. I don't know what it goes to. I could have it stand on the shield. The big old freaking shield. I think we shouldn't. Wait. Hold on, have I not used... No, I have. Oh, because this one was made into Canis Rex. That's why I don't... That's why the regular shield is still in here.
Ah! Fun! I actually have more weapons to make out of this. You get back in the box. I don't trust myself. I don't trust myself. Alright. On a scale of 1 to screw it. Goodness knows where these go. Let's see. This may take a sec. I do appreciate the company, by the way, Blake. Use the bits to make orc proxies. Okay. Any sprue that you won't be using? Anything that has a skull, you may have. I don't want to necessarily give from the Imperial Knight stuff because it's Evangeline's, but she and I are both concurring that she doesn't want to use any of the skulls. It's morbid, it's dark, it's not her thing, you know. So any of those you can definitely have. Aside from that, though, I would want her to be here before I say. So I'm sure you understand. Yeah, no, I am not pulling parent privilege. Okay, so those pieces I was looking at go to the guns that get mounted on the top, so I cannot use those for it to stand on, which is unfortunate because that's the perfect size, too. I guess I could just mount a skull. Have a skull underneath. Don't want to use the shield because that actually might be useful here. Probably not, but maybe. Something that I know for sure we are not going to use. So what's going on here? This has already been built out in Canis Rex. Everything that's not a part of Canis Rex is still in the box, which means those weapons, extra weapons to magnetize, are still in here. Let's see. But I need to make sure that any pieces that I use don't come from one of these things, if it's going to be useful later on. Unfortunately, aside from the helmets, I guess I could just do a helmet. Aside from the helmets and the skulls, I'm having a bit of a hard time finding Witchcraft. Could have them stand on the helmet. That'd be kind of neat. I mean, yeah, that'd be kind of cool. That particular helmet. While this is my personal favorite one, I don't think that's the one that she ended up going with. I hate to say, but I actually don't remember. And even if I'm wrong, she already used it for one set, so it's fine. I think that's what I'm going to get. Nick can never have enough skull. I'll tell you what, before I actually wrap up for the night, I will cut out the skulls and hand them to you. Let me do that now. I know me, I will forget I'm doing that now. This one is an AdMech skull. Because Imperial Knights, both Imperial and Chaos I should say, have Forge Worlds. AdMech worlds in some cases. The Imperials, you know, there's the Ordo Imperialis, I think it's called. And then the Ordo Mechanicum, I think is something like that. In other words, they either work directly for the Imperium or they work for the Mechanicum. That's everything on this one. Oh, I guess there's a little oath of moment here. Let me keep that. She might be interested. The skull on this one is so small it doesn't even look like a skull. She might be interested in that one. No promises, but she might be. Here's another AdMech skull with a different flourish to it. It's kind of neat.
its star on top instead of being a cog all the way around. Here is the Imperial wings with a skull in the middle. Just gonna bring all these in a sandwich back to you. This one looks suspicious. Okay. And then just a bunch of random skulls that would normally go on the side of it, but yeah. Conus Rex has eagle heads that go in these places. But on hers, she doesn't have the skull. She doesn't have anything in that slide. Well, actually, no, that's wrong. I think that she used the eagles on both. But she's not using the skulls in any. Basically, you're just supposed to put them in symmetrical, seemingly random places on there. Yeah, no. I don't blame her. I'm not a big fan of skulls everywhere either. It's not my cup of tea. I didn't exactly have to convince her on that one. I am a little bit surprised that I haven't gotten the question from Evangeline, why can't everyone just get along? I'm sort of expecting that at some point. Maybe we'll get there. And of course, the answer is, in the grimdark future, there is only war. War never changes. Especially if you're in the Imperium, you spend 10,000 years and you don't make a single, well, okay, maybe a few technological upgrades. You make your Eversword blow up a bit bigger, and that one guy figures out how to fit more organs inside a bigger dude. Shoutouts to Call. It's kind of cool. He's a fellow nerd. I appreciate that. Fellow nerd. Alright. I think that's everything off of this sheet. I have them in the wrong order. Screw it, who cares? Technical term. Screw it, who cares? Oh no, I was wrong. She didn't put the eagles on. She didn't put anything in those spots. Fair enough. Okay. Oh, I found the one that she used for hers. Neat. Neat. Just think they're neat. Okay. Common J de Aw. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. You know, you're pretty cool yourself, I like to think. I like to think. Thinking is good. Cut this one out. Naturally, the helmet that she chose is the one that looks the most like an actual knight. Can't blame her. So there are 11 skulls, 7 of which are identical, but the others, there's 2, let's call them Admech cogs. Different design, but close enough. 2 Imperial skulls, there's the wreath and the wings, and then 7 just skulls. Alright, before I actually stick this thing down, use the ancient secret art of super gluing the phooey out of it. Alright, you. I don't know how well this is going to show up. It's already slipping. Also, it's the skull, not the skull, it's the helmet without the everything else behind the helmet. I'm not sure if this is going to look wrong to people. I mean, who cares? But I care. I care that people might care. I don't know, I want it to look nice. Says the guy who hates painting. I can't help it. If I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it 100%, right? Balls to the wanted town. How balls? There's the real questions.
Welcome to a T1 Glistener Elf stream. And tell him the real questions. Alright. You want to take back that W? No. Please don't. Please don't. I might actually want to put the helmet on first. Ooh. Easily T1 elf. Oh wait a minute, I'm T1 Glistener elf. Why am I not playing Eldari? Right? I guess Eldari is the pro. That would make sense, right? Maybe? You think? Possibly? Hopefully? Totally? Alright. Here's what I'm going to do. But I'm going to do one more dry test. Because I officially run out of hands. Alright. You know, on the one hand, the foot that's touching the ground isn't exactly level with the ground. But if I let it sit up against the helmet, we can kind of make it work a little bit. Kind of. A little bit. Alright, here we go. Time to add an extreme amount of super glue. This teeny tiny little piece. Because me am smart, that's why. Me am smart. Me am orc now. Hear me channel me orc. Popeye. Something about me spinach. Popeye the Sailor Man. Popeye the Sailor Man. I glued this to my hand. Wait. No, please don't. I glued this to my hand. True. Right? I glued my hands. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. As expected, that was not enough. It's kind of hard to... Here, I'll try this centerpieces one more time. And then I'll go around the outside first. I'm going to ruin this base. It's a good thing that they sell them over at my local game store for the grand price of J your name. Imagine me going to work tomorrow. Get something like that. That would be exactly my life. Alright, hold it still, Eugenes. Please, for the love of all things good and holy in this world. Please, I beg of you. Enough. Okay. Unfortunately, I am uglifying it a bit by adding too much glue. We can remove it later, it's just not easy to do. Remove some of the super glue, I mean. Alright. If I need to, I can just get a separate base, but hopefully this is fine. I'm finally adding a little bit of extra artistic flourish to one of these things, instead of doing the minimum that I need to, right? I'm adding something to the base. No. what's done is done. Hopefully I didn't put it too far forward. I probably did. My gratuitous amounts of hair. Let me just throw everything. Alright, get it as close to the center as I... Hold, buddy. Hold, buddy. The absolute tiniest amount, please. It's not. It's fine. We're gonna turn into an ASMR stream if I'm not careful. Or apparently if I'm too careful. Look how the entire back half of this base is just empty. Alright. I might have put this thing a little too far forward, but it's okay. Maybe we can find something to add to the back of it then. I overcompensated for how much space the knife and backpack would add. I think it looks okay. I don't know, Blake, what do you think? What do you think? And oh good, 50. When did that happen? Hi everyone. It says on mine, it says 15 people watching. Hi everyone, I'm T1 Glistener Elf. I glue myself together for fun, apparently. It probably still comes up a bit fuzzy, unfortunately, but here, something like this. I'll tell you what, don't let me forget, I will take a picture of this and put it on the Discord server. Okay, it's continuing to focus on me. Maybe, how do I make it not focus on me, other than going behind the green screen? I guess that's one way to do it. I should wear a morph suit so that I can glue the morph suit together. That's exactly what I should do. Thank you, I appreciate it. I definitely, me being a perfectionist, I definitely need to do something with the back because it looks very, very unbalanced right now. It's okay though, it's fine. It's fine. It is so forward-facing that if this thing does get an engagement range, the gun is almost an inch out off the base. So I'll have to turn it backwards to something like that. It's too late for me to try to shift. The helmet's already stuck to it, and I'm not putting this thing in the freezer just to get it switched over. You can do that though, but no, I'm not. No. We'll just have to figure out something to do to the back. I'm sure we can add something to it. And if nothing else, if I put a drone right next to it, the part of the drone that hangs over, I mean, it has plenty of space, so I guess that's okay. Alternatively, I don't know, when we're over tomorrow, you can take a look at it. And if you have any ideas, I am more than okay with that. I guess I didn't put an accessory aside from the bonding knife on it, so the ceremonial dagger, but none of those are going to take up much space. It doesn't need to have a Kim Kardashian butt just to balance it out. That seems a little bit excessive. Just a teeny tiny little bit. Well, okay, a big bit. Why do you all put up with me? Do you all put up with me? Surely not. Okay. Okay. There we go. Coward. True. No. Actually, let me go back through the accessories page one more time and see if... Yeah, no. Nothing here sticks out all that much. It is a Pathfinder. If any unit is going to be balanced way, way, way forward on its base, it should be the scouts. It seems flavorful, right? They are scouting, they're advancing. This one has killed a knight somehow. God knows how. Oh dear,
that poor knight couldn't stop rolling snake eyes is what happened. Oh goodness. Got the jump on. It's the knight from Blood, Teeth, and Shoot His Blood and Teeth. It's that Valiant. 480 points, gets killed by one orc. One single solitary orc. To be fair, that orc is the main character, so, you know. Yeah, no. Good times. You can give an introduction that takes 45 seconds to read off all your titles. You're still not the main character. Unfortunately, Shoot His Blood and Teeth was actually in a Humble Bundle sale, and I did not pick it up. I should have, but I did not. Just as Gork and Mork wanted. I love, someone said that Gork and Mork don't actually exist. It's just the orc names for Korn and Cinch fighting each other constantly. I think that they do actually exist, though. I'm not positive about that, but I just like that as a meme. You know, there you go. Although calling Korn cunning, I don't know that that's quite right. Brutal but cunning and cunning but brutal, all that jazz. Yes, they do exist. Okay, fair enough. They're not just legend. Here's a fun little fact for you. The Tau have a deity now. Yeah, the Tau. Beings that have such tiny little souls that Chaos basically just ignores them. Suppose it's called the Talva. No, not Talva, that's the greater good. Crap, what was the name of the deity? The idea is supposed to be that because they have so many humans in their empire now, and humans have big souls that have a lot of faith, that it helps to create their own deity. They're canonically the strongest of all the gods in 40k. You're gonna have to tell me about how that works tomorrow, because I did not know that. To be honest, if I had to have guessed, I would have guessed that Korn would have been the strongest, because in the far future there's only war. He's the war god, blood for the blood god. That would have been my assumption. I have nothing to go on for that. Aside from that, though, that's it. That's 100% of my. But they did bully Nurgle. I remember that. Although that might have been with them together. That instead of Gork or Mork, that might have been both of them. I remember they bullied Nurgle that one time. He stuck his head in a toilet, in a cauldron. That's what it is. Alright. The only other thing, I could add accessories to them. I don't know that I want to. It's not even just laziness, although it might be laziness to some extent, to be honest, but I think it's more I'm not actually OCD, but let's go with that. There's a bunch of one-of options in here. There isn't 10, for example, there aren't 10 pistols that I can put on them so that they would all match. It would be one guy gets a pistol, one guy gets a holstered pistol, one guy gets the Halo needle, it's the needler, whatever it is. One guy gets binoculars, the other guy gets binoculars that are turned the wrong way, one guy gets, and so on and so forth. They're all one-ofs, so they won't match. Now, to be fair, that might very well be okay, because they're Pathfinders. You can have each person have a specialty, and that's how you demonstrate that they all have a specialty. But I would rather that they match, personally. Especially pistols, because they all have pistols. Supposedly, anyway, they all have pistols. They're just not able to use them for anything. I could give them the ones that aren't pistols. There are 12 non-pistol options. Well, 13 counting the binoculars. I think those are binoculars. And if that's the case, then sure, I could just give them all those. But then they still wouldn't match each other. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. And then aside from that, the only other thing is I could make the other drones. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think that I care for them right now. Drones are now optional. You don't have to put them on the table. I have work in the morning. I'm going to say that's enough for now. I'm going to... The better part of Valor, right? This is something I can do on another stream. I'll just remember. I hope. Maybe. Maybe. Well, we can have a stream where we just wrap up a few of the sets that I already have. We'll make the last few drones in here. We'll make the last few, we'll accessorize them, style and profiling. We'll make the weapons on this Questoris. This is the recon drone. It has a gun. The profile does not include a gun option on it. I wish it did. Maybe it did at one point and just doesn't now. You have 1 billion drones on them. Yes, that's how it worked. Genuinely, unironically, that's how it worked. You had 1 billion drones on the table. But 1, the table was bigger, 2, there were generally fewer units, and 3, the drones actually did have an upside and a downside. They counted as part of your unit, and so for example, let's say your opponent wanted to charge you and you didn't have your drones in the back, or if they deep struck in, they could charge targeting the drone. You know, they could make that the point that they're targeting. Now, because the drones aren't on the table, they don't count for that. Of course, you could also use the drone to... I don't know, what would you say? You could use the drone to... You can shoot from the drone as well. You can use it for sight. But then again, you can also be seen out from cover using it too. It's not necessarily a good thing. But now... It is important to note, if you do want to play Tau, the drones, they aren't on the table, but they're treated as being attached to one of your units. So, for example, if you have gun drones, if that unit can see something, that model I should say, not unit, that model. So let's say I give them to the Chassui. If the Chassui can see something, then the gun drone can shoot it. If the Chassui can't, then the gun drones that are attached to it cannot. So, you're sort of all in on that. As you do. It doesn't matter for the shield and the marker drones, but it does matter for the gun drones. So, the shield drones just give extra wounds, and the marker drones give them the marker-like keyword if they didn't already have it. And they make it where, if you advance, you can still use your marker-like. Because normally you can't. If you advance, you can't be used as an observer unit. You can't use the marker-light. But with a marker drone you can, which matters because breachers have assault. There you go. That's funny like that. Let me see the wording of it exactly is. The bearer's unit has the marker-like keyword and can act as an observer unit for another unit even if it advanced this turn. So if you have breachers, or if you have crisis battle suits that have assault, such as the ones that are given assault by the Cold Star, you can give them a marker light and they can still serve. Although in that case, unless you're using flamethrowers, you're probably guided instead of being an observer. Yeah. Good times. Good times. So Pathfinders don't need the marker. That is the wrong answer. If you're trying to do my little Infiltrator spam strategy, you can either take the gun drone to try to shoot a little bit more down when you get a chance to shoot. Basically you're right up close, so let's get as many shots in as we can, or go the other direction. Take the shield drone so that you have more wounds, so that your wall of units last a little bit longer. That's the idea. But actually, now that I think about it, you probably don't want the shield drones. Because it used to be that they would take the hit for you, now they give you an extra wound. Pathfinders only have one, you will be so surprised to know, Pathfinders only have 1 wound each, like, obviously, right? But an advantage to 1 wound units is that if they have to soak up more than 1 damage and it doesn't have mortal wounds, you're okay with that. You can waste, you're a knight, you can waste your 7 damage on my 1 wound dude. I'm okay with that, that's alright. Better it go into me than to go into my Riptide over there. You probably don't want to make one of yours have more wounds. Yeah, probably just want to do gun drones. Yeah, I've convinced myself. Marker unit is essentially, well, okay, so the Tau have this neat little, their faction rule is called For the Greater Good. You have 2 types of units. You have observer units and guided units. If both of them can see an enemy unit, then the observer unit, or the guided unit It does. The observer part doesn't load. The guided unit gets a +1 to hit, and if the observer unit has the marker light keyword, they get to ignore cover. So the marker drone gives them the marker light keyword if they wouldn't normally have it, so they can ignore cover. So it matters on, like I said, the assault crisis suits I was talking about. Or if they do already have the marker light keyword, a marker drone will let them advance and observe it in the same turn. +1 to hit is really, really good. You will not be... You look at the Tal's profiles and it's like, oh, this is a 4-up, this is a 3-up. 3-up's okay, but like, come on, this is the shooting faction. How is that enough? And the answer is, you ideally want them to be guided. So like the broadside, for example, it has the heavy rail rifle. It's a 4-up. That seems pretty bad for only getting 1 or 2 shots a turn. But if they stay still, they have heavy, so now it's a 3-up. And if they're guided, now it's a 2-up. Now we're talking. And then there's strength, infinity, AP4, damage, D6 +2 or something like, yeah, that's much better. But if you don't have anything going on to them, a 4-up with only 1 or 2 shots is not very much. Yeah, same, yeah. Okay, so Commander Farsight is going to have to wait, unfortunately. I probably wasn't going to be able to run Farsight against you tomorrow anyway, because you can't do Farsight and Ethereals at the same time. So I'm probably going to have to do the Ethereals for right now. I don't have the loadout for a Farsight build just yet, fortunately. I would like it, I don't have it. We'll get there. Alright. That's going to have to be enough for me. I appreciate getting to hang out with you. You and everybody else, thank you for tuning in. Goodness grief. It's really cool to to see people come and hang out. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it, dude. I got work in the morning. And I hear you. I hear you. I also have to have dinner, so there's that too. And make a little bit extra for breakfast and all that jazz. Alright. Let me see if there's anyone that I can yeet you on over to. Is there anybody that is streaming at 11:39 at night? Yes. If they're a friend of mine, no, I'm kidding. I do have a lot of late night streamer friends though. Let's see. Eeny, meeny, miny. Oh, I do, don't I? Okay. Oh, who wants to see some Minecraft? Testing my Skyblock mod pack. Okay, that sounds kind of neat. Neat. Alright, fair enough. Alright, just if you don't mind, I would appreciate it if you'd stop by and say hi. That'd be really cool. I'd appreciate it, I'm sure they'd appreciate it. It's the YouTube equivalent of a Twitch raid. It's called a redirect, and it's exactly what it sounds like. Alright. Whale. Alright, take care everyone. I'll see you tomorrow, Blake, but everyone else, I'll see you on Thursday. Bye-bye.